Hello everyone, welcome to this Muscular Dystrophy UK Premiership fixture between Teesside and Sevenoaks Powerchair Football Club. We apologise for any technical difficulties experienced throughout the day. I hope you can hear us loud and clear as this battle between Sevenoaks and Teesside kicks off. Just to run you through the team lineups for Teesside, with Dylan Pearson in goal, Tyler Eve just in front, Alistair Hay on the left and Owen Swift on the right. For Sevenoaks Powerchair Football Club, we have Greg Baxter in goal, who's just connected with the ball there. Kyle Alexander just in front of him, with options of Harry Bestwick and Abby Bolt on either wing. I'm joined by Brian Dix. How are you, Brian?
I'm very well, thank you, Brian. Enjoying the game so far, so hopefully it carries on the way it started.
Only a point separates these sides in the table at the moment. Sevenoaks on 7, Teesside on 8. Sevenoaks have played 2 games more, so a win for Teesside here would see them extend that lead over Sevenoaks with a number of games in hand as well, so you can see why it's important for both teams here.
Yeah, I think with Sevenoaks they've had a couple of fixtures they'd like to overturn if they could, so they're just trying to get a good run of form. I think Carl's come out this weekend playing some good football. Obviously they're without Miles so far today, so they're seeing if he can come up later on, but so they are a man down, as it were, from their original first team squad. Yeah,
succumbed to an unfortunate 4-0 loss against Aspire this morning. They want to get some points on the board today, coming into a big Sunday of fixtures. This is Teesside's first fixture of the day. Another team that will want to really get the ball rolling with the points on the table. As Abby just adjusts her chair well to advance up the pitch, but Owen Swift does well to see that out and gets the kick in as well. Tactical kick in there, just cushions it into the opposition player's chair. Now he's going to try and find the gap between Greg and Kyle. Can't quite do it the first time. He's got to be careful that doesn't run off the play. Just hits the side of Kyle's chair. Whole ball still in. It's unfortunate not to pick out Tyler there, but this is good early pressure from Teesside. And now we see Harry Bestwick breaking for Sevenoaks. It's can go from end to end in a matter of seconds.
I think with Sevenoaks they do like to play the passing game. I think you saw earlier on against Aspire, even though Aspire ran at winners and a comfortable 4-0 winners, you can see Sevenoaks still trying to do the passing game, which is good to see. I think Adam set them up well for that, and with Carl at the back they do generate a lot of passing.
Harry Bestwick comes over for the kick in. He's got options of Abigail Boat in front of him and Kyle Alexander just to the right. But can't free up too much room. He'll have another go at it. Can he find Bolt just in front? The ball just rolled over the line, just readjusted by the linesman. Where will he go with this one? Looks like he's going to shape up to try and find Harry Bestwick in the middle, but Tyler Eve does well to intercept and advances Teesside right up the pitch. Harry Bestwick with the kick in. So we want to avoid Teesside players here, otherwise they'll be in a very good position to attack. Owen Swift's done well to intercept. Can he find Hay, who's just switched sides to the left? It's to not allow a 2-on-1. He goes out for a Sevenoaks kick in. Very closely matched so far. Looks like Bestwick is the go-to player when it comes to the dead balls and the kick-ins. Tyler just can't get enough on his pass to pick out Hay. He has another go at it. And Hay just wasn't here to give him that option. I think it would have been better if Alistair Hay had just maintained his position. And they switch back over. Hay comes over to take the kick in.
Yeah, Haig's got a very strong spot kick. Generates a lot of power his turn.
Slams into the side of Baxter's chair, but has to keep it in because it took a nick off a Teesside player.
I'll play Greg Baxter.
Yep, he's done well there. It looks like there's a 2-on-1 infringement
Yep.
to go in Sevenoaks' favour. I think it's Hay and Swift getting too close to each other. Baxter with the free kick. Tries to find Kyle Alexander. Bestwick. Can he find the line? Whole ball has left the field of play. That'll be a Teesside kick in, and it looks like we're going to get a substitution. Looking at the linesman on the right hand side, it looks like Kieran Burns is going to come on in the place of Alistair Hay. Let's see if the Scotsman can add something different to this Teesside attack. Reeve with the kick in. Just making sure that the Sevenoaks player was 5 metres away from the kicker. He finds Kieran for his first involvement in the game. Unfortunately, just didn't have that option on the right hand side to continue the attack, and it goes out for a kick in. Looks like Bolt's going to come over to take this. Bestwick in front, very congested here from Sevenoaks. Not many options if it was to attack.
The game so far is pretty even. No team really challenging the keeper.
No, fairly quiet in terms of attacking chances, but and he's done it. As we say that, the curse of the commentators, Kieran Burns, with one of his first major involvements in the game, picks out Tyler Reeve in the middle to make it 1-0. That is the curse of the commentator.
Definitely was. But up until that point, not one keeper had a save to make. But a brilliant interception pass and put the ball right between the two players, leaving, unfortunately, Greg Baxter with no room to manoeuvre and the ball sliding past him.
Absolutely. It's a fantastic pass there from Kieran Burns to pick out his teammate. Very good substitution from the Teesside coaching setup.
Yes, they'd be very smug over there at the moment.
And Kyle Alexander's kickoff advances up the pitch for a Teesside kick in, which Owen Swift will take. Short one, just pick out Tyler Reeve.
Abba did well there to intercept.
He's done well. Not sure what he's awarded.
I'm not sure. No, not
5
sure
metres away,
not sure
so
there.
they've just had another go at it. Owen's done well there to avoid any advancing challenges from Bolt. He's just trying to play off Baxter's chair. He does that a lot, does Owen Swift.
Going back to the goal line, it just proves again how good the passing is. If the passing is correct, you go through players. You haven't got to go around them. You know, it's the old average, isn't it? You pass the ball, you make the space.
It is probably the key skill and discipline in power chair football. Passing accuracy and power. As we see, Alexander tried to pick out Bestwick on this left-hand side, but fails to do so. And Tyler's having a good battle in there today against Kyle, and seems to got the better of him in the initial phase, and carries on going. Tries to find Owen Swift. Back to Tyler. Owen Swift, that's maybe the wrong side of his chair. Will Sevenoaks have a sniff? It's fine Kieran Burns on this left-hand side, who's found Tyler again, but just didn't anticipate that pass back from Tyler, and if he did, that would have been a sure 2-0.
Questions being asked by the defenders and goalkeepers of Sevenoaks of exactly their positioning. I think they were pulled a little bit there from their normal position.
Baxter's goal kick finds Bestwick superbly, who advances up the pitch. Can he pick out Alexander or Bolt? And Tyler Reeve is everywhere in this game so far. Great battle to keep going. The whole ball did go. I thought they were going to let it, but that is directly in front of me, so I saw daylight between the ball and the line. And Swift comes over to want to maintain this momentum. And Reeve does well to just let the ball roll across his chair.
Reeve's having a really good game. Really good game.
He's a superb player, really is. He's come on so much in the last few years.
He looks so confident in that chair. He never looks out of place. He never struggles. He never worries. Very confident.
We all often sing the praises of player and their respective development. You just wonder, without that 2-year lull in activity, in National League, in any sort of real competition, what level these players would be at now.
Well, like we said last week, we're amazed at the talented players who are coming through, and they've been out of it for two years. Just where they would be now with the 2 years competitive football.
Absolutely. But Tyler certainly doesn't look like he's missed a beat in terms of his development, still competing at the very top level.
Owen Swift letting him know he was there. Little tap on the side of the chair, which the referee picked up on.
And Baxter comes over to take the free kick. He's got Bolt on his right hand side. He's looked to Bestwick on the near side to Alexander, but can't get real connection on the ball to find one of his teammates, but they'll have another go at here.
Baxter now playing well at the pitch for Sevenoaks, leaving no player in their own half.
Owen has a go from goal, optimistic, and there's no one there to meet it.
And there we go.
And they've gone 2-0 up. It was a strange set up by Sevenoaks there.
Yeah.
They left the goal gaping, and any sort of connection or interception with Teesside would have seen them score, which is exactly what happened. Unfortunate there for Sevenoaks. Teesside have just looked the brighter in this game so far.
Definitely, and with that kick in, with Greg going over to take it, there was no goalkeeper, no player dropped back to cover his position, which is a little unusual.
Alexander with the kick in.
Goes to distance, so we'll be defending but attacking from the goal line of Teesside.
Can they really limit Teesside's options to get out their defensive half here? They will really want a goal before half time with Sevenoaks. A 2-goal deficit as we approach the half time whistle.
Could be coming out. He's playing really well.
Close battle between Baxter and Reeve there. Sees it goes in favour of Sevenoaks, and Baxter picks out Bolt to Alexander. I think the chair positioning didn't favour a pass to Bestwick there, so they have another go at it. Bestwick just in front, Bolt to the right. Again, Baxter's playing so high up the pitch that a quick break from Teesside could see them extend their lead even further.
Definitely a dangerous game, but they're 2-0 behind. Again, they've got nothing to lose going forward.
Pearson with the goal kick. Baxter intercepts, but Reeve, as he has the whole game, is there to put pressure on the Sevenoaks attacking players. It's a close battle here between Alexander and Swift. Who will come out with the better of it? Looks like Carl has initially.
Slight miss hit there.
Yeah. Maintaining the pressure. Two very advanced Sevenoaks players in Bestwick and Bolt. I just think if they can set them out in a bit of space, they could work a chance, but at the moment it's Teesside having all the success in attacking phases. And Tyler's just switched over with Kieran Burns there to take the set piece on the side.
Tyler pushing himself in the defensive wall to give his players help.
Tries to vacate the space to let the ball roll over to Owen Swift, but the Sevenoaks defenders did well.
Ryan, did you notice that last week when we were picking out our players of the game, just how many players we picked made the team in a week?
I did.
That luck or good judgment?
I just think that the players that we mentioned had fantastic weekends, and it wasn't just us that acknowledged that.
No.
Looks like we've got a substitution here. Kieran Burns comes off in the place of Mitchell Tinkler. Interesting to see if he can have the same sort of impact as the Scotsman.
Kieran being so engrossed in the game, we didn't realise we were name dropping him.
We've got a very enthusiastic and happy substitute bench. We're sitting next to two Teesside players, and they'll be very happy with the game so far. Tinkler with his first involvement finds Reeve. Back to Reeve, tries to squeeze it past Alexander. Can't manage to do so. He's got Owen in a load of space here, but Greg Baxter does well to get the interception and advance Sevenoaks way up the pitch. Alexander comes over for the kick in. Will it be a short one to Bestwick? It is. Can he fire it across the box? He does. Abby Bolt isn't there to see the connection. That's a chance there.
That was a very good chance. She was only probably, I don't know, 6-7 inches short of being able to put the ball in with her own spin kick.
Bolt will be frustrated with that opportunity and failure to convert.
Yeah, you can see Adam on the sidelines now, and not quite going to plan.
It's a bit more promising. But Teesside look very well drilled defensively. Yeah. There's not much they've allowed Sevenoaks to have in this game so far. And as the time creeps down, as we come into the second half, they'll only reinforce their defensive game as to not allow any sloppy goals.
Again, it was just like a game of ping pong. There was no accuracy with any of the passes there. The ball going straight back to the opposition. I would imagine that Adam will be looking forward to having a quick chat with his team.
Baxter with the goal kick. Which option will he pick out of Bestwick, Alexander and Bolt? He tries to squeeze it in between the two defensive Teesside players to find Bolt. Baxter again finds Bestwick. He does well to find Alexander. They seem to be pushing Teesside back here. A few 2-on-1s in quick succession will be somewhat promising for Sevenoaks.
Yeah, they're in a very good position here. With one good pass now, it all could change.
If you can exploit the space and draw Teesside players out of their positions, that's where you're going to create the chances. Baxter tries to find Bolt. Tyler does well to defend it on the line.
Tyler brings that beautifully.
Tyler
well
advances.
played, Tyler.
Tinkler does well to read the advance in play and switch sides. And that comes off of Alexander's chair for a Teesside kick-in.
Must be frustrating. They're on the goal line attacking. Next thing they're defending.
Yeah, end-to-end stuff. It really can be this sport.
Owen Swift moving into position.
It's probably the option he's going to go for. That's the only real one. Tinkler is marked in the middle, but he does try to find him. And that's half-time. Thoughts on that first half, Bri?
I think Teesside went really their own way. You can see Adam and the Sevenoaks coach picking up his ball to go through a couple of moves and probably going over a couple of plays that didn't quite work out for him this half. I think they've got a lot of talking to do and regrouping, because Teesside are really playing the game at the wrong leisure.
Absolutely. Teesside will be taking confidence from the end of their week 2 fixtures. They play fantastically. It's starting to click now for the North East side, and we're seeing that here. As we said, they're very closely matched in terms of their positions in the table. At the moment, there's a golfing class between the two sides.
Definitely. You've got Owen Swift in the Teesside game. It was really sort of such a confident player, and the way the Reeves play, and he's picking up everything and just passing it out and pushing it on to the two wingers who were really confident and going forward and causing Sevenoaks lots of trouble. Looks like there might be a change of play with Pearson maybe coming out because he's taken the green goalkeeper's top off, and Haig putting it on, so they're reverting back to their old formation.
Yep, I remember Alistair Hay was typically a goalkeeper when he played for Leeds.
Yeah.
So he is versatile in terms of where Teesside can play him on the pitch.
Yeah, and he has got a very strong kick as well from a set piece. Puts a lot of power into it, it's very accurate, and I think that's how, when Leeds first started and the setup was with him in goal, I think they concentrated on their kick-ins and played off that before they obviously advanced to the passing game.
Yeah, now they've got that 2-goal buffer. They have a little bit more room to experiment. They've got more options on the bench than Sevenoaks have. They've only got the one substitution in Matthew Noonan, who's making his debut at National League this weekend. So it's a lot to ask of him to come on and make an instant impact. I know he has the quality, but this is a huge step up on regional league football.
It just goes to show when you have a player like Miles playing for you in the Sevenoaks side, him and Kyle have a very good understanding, and they do create some great passing moves. Obviously they're missing that today.
Yeah, they're hoping that Miles will be present for fixtures tomorrow. If he is, that's a massive boost for Sevenoaks. He is a key player to that side.
Yeah, definitely.
And as they have a fixture against Manchester United tomorrow, and I think West Brom, I think Sevenoaks have got West Brom as well, so really tough overall weekend for them.
Definitely.
Manchester United have started to find some form. I'm not sure what the score is.
I think it's 0-0
on the game next to us, but where Manchester United taking on league champions West Bromwich Albion, but I know they played extremely well in their fixture against Villa Rockets this morning, and unfortunately we're 2-0 up, I think, going into the half-time interval, and I don't know what it was, but 2 late goals from Villa saw them only get a point from that game. So it shows that it's starting to click for Manchester United. So that fixture between Sevenoaks and United tomorrow will be really intriguing.
Yeah, it's always good when you see the teams come out. They have a setup that they normally start with, and they can usually accommodate 1 or 2 changes in the game, bring on some substitutes to change the game. And I think with Man United, they're now being able to do that. They probably didn't have the depth earlier on, but they certainly seem to be getting back together now.
Maybe worth noting that within this Sevenoaks side, we have Greg Baxter and Kyle Alexander, who are both travelling to Belfast in 2 weeks' time to represent an England development squad. So it'll be really interesting, firstly, to see how that overall squad gets on against other development squads from Ireland, Northern Ireland and Scotland.
Are you looking forward to going over there?
Very much so. It'll be really exciting to see the next generation of internationals from UK countries. Really excited for that. We've got all of the representatives in the England development squad will be competing at this Premiership weekend. From what I can see, we've got Lewis Harris to the pitch next to us, who will be travelling, as well as Patrick Kelly.
Yeah.
2 very good players. Interested to see what they can do in an England shirt.
It's hard to think that. Sometimes it's scary to think how long Mr. Kelly's been playing the game. You know, ever since I've been part of 7 years now, he's been there. He's been around, and he was an established player when I came 7 years ago. Yeah,
I like Pat Kelly a lot. Possesses a lot of talent. I'm really glad he's on the plane to Belfast, and hopefully he can impress when called upon.
Well, he plays some intelligent football. He really does.
He has a very good connection with Liam Fitzpatrick in that United side.
Yeah.
Just be interesting taking these players maybe out their comfort zones and putting them into a squad of players that they're not comfortable with, they don't play with week in, week out. for most of the players in the development squad, it's their first time representing England. So
it's very true. And then, of course, only a couple of weeks later, you have the England seniors playing in their own home nations tournament.
Another exciting chance to see England competing in a tournament. The first one since Finland in 2019, I think that was now.
Yeah, crazy, isn't it?
It is. So
time has flown by.
Going on 3 years from the last tournament, so it'll be interesting to see how the England players have come on and developed.
Yeah.
And back to this game. Looks like the players have all got their marching orders to go out and try and get something from this game. Teesside will want more of the same, no doubt, and Sevenoaks have to take the game to Teesside now to try and get anything out of this game.
Yeah, I'm sure Kieran's half-time team prep wasn't so severe as the Sevenoaks was.
I don't think so.
Referee just checking that all 8 players are on the pitch.
I see what Adam McAvoy's side can do in this second half, and a trademark Alexander kickoff.
Yeah.
Sees
Kyle does like to push the ball down the pitch and normally goes to try and get it as close to the
you want it
line.
Probably to go out for a kick in. That would be ideal. Similar situation to rugby in that sense. Try and advance as far up to pen the defensive team in. There's an early battle with Reeve here. Kyle does well, and Bolt will try and pressure. Hay in the Teesside goal. Can she pick out one of her teammates? Swift is alert to that danger and cuts out the option for Bolt to pass to Alexander.
And then Reeve just comes out with the ball again. He's such a strong player.
Swift to take. Finds Reeve. Just lets it run across his chair to advance up the pitch. Healthy connection with Baxter, but Reeve is still there, and he's done extremely well there.
Really well played.
He reads the game so well.
You see Pearson on the line there, clapping his player. 2 little swift moves he did with his chair there to advance himself 30-40 metres.
There's a real togetherness about this Teesside team at the moment, and it's showing on the pitch.
Kai in a bit of a rush.
Alexander with the kick in, finds Bestwick. He tries
Well
to
played.
let it run down the line. He maintains that pressure. They'll want a goal as early as possible if they're to get back in this.
Yeah.
Will it be Alexander to Bestwick once again? Bolt's well shielded in that defensive box. Unfortunately, he can't get control of the ball when it runs out of play for a goal kick.
Again, even with Bestwick, you saw him a couple of years ago come onto the scene as a very young lad. But now, he's playing Premiership football and enjoying it and not looking out of place.
Alexander just invited the pressure there by letting the ball cushion into the side of his chair, and Reeve, as he has the whole game, is there to maintain the pressure.
Reeve forced a mistake from Carl again there.
Swift comes over for the kick in, finds Reeve, can't direct his pass to Pearson, but fortunately finds Owen on the left hand side. Can he work the ball between Baxter and Alexander? Very patient from the Sevenoaks defensive duo there. They don't want to give Swift any chance of getting that ball in between them.
No.
They'll keep it patient. Every second wasted here is a second that Sevenoaks don't have to get back in this game, so this will play right into Teesside's hands.
Swift played well there. He played it off the chair to go out for a not quite a corner kick, but a line kick. Hay going up to support. No, Hay's going up to take the kick.
Key part of Teesside, Alistair Hay, has come to take the corner, and Pearson's dropped in. They've got an interesting system between the two of them, but they know how strong Hay is on set pieces. Looks like it's a 2-on-1. Reeve and Hay getting a bit too close to each other. And Sevenoaks have a bit of breathing room to get out of their defensive half. Try and work an opportunity to get this back to 2-1. They haven't had much in terms of chances at the moment, so they'll have to change something. Once again, 2-on-1. That's Swift and Reeve.
Yeah, when Swift just sliding past Reeve a bit too close. Mark does like a good 2-on-1.
Alexander just lets the ball run out, and Hay. It's really nice. Chair control from Reeve there, who does fantastically well to work the opportunity. He's having an absolutely sensational game, is Tyler Reeve.
Yeah. I know it's because of their skill set, but when goalkeepers let the ball cushion against their chair and they bring on the attacking player, it does worry me a little bit.
Yeah, we spoke about it last week. You have the freedom and the space to get the ball out, whether that's a kick in, a corner. I think sometimes it's a bit more advantageous than letting the ball just cushion the side of your chair and inviting that pressure from the attackers. Reeve has a go. That's another go. Just about squeezed it in between Alexander and Baxter, but
he's having an amazing game.
He really is, and he finds Swift, he finds Pearson, back to Reeve. Full rotation is unfortunate. But if he keeps this performance up across the 4 fixtures that Teesside have this weekend, I think he'll be right in there for that team of the weekend.
Yes, a nice shout out there. But you could also say that Owen Swift is also having a very good game. Not quite as influential as Reeve's been. He's been just phenomenal.
When you've got Tyler there to be the creator, Owen can just be there to ensure there's no danger on the counter-attacks.
Yeah.
Just keeps them ticking over as coach and captain. You can really see Tyler's development under Owen.
Yeah, it seems to have worked well. He's got a pretty good setup up there. They train well together. They've got some really young players coming through as well. So I think they've got their future sort of planned out a little bit.
Yeah. Baxter intercepted by Swift. Goes out for another Sevenoaks kick in. Will we see any substitutions from either side? We'll soon find out. As Baxter doesn't have much in way of options. He's going to try and find Bestwick, but Swift always had that covered. And Tyler's there in the middle to pick out Dylan Pearson, who has a goal, met by Baxter.
And there it is again, Reeve picking up the ball and coming back at the Sevenoaks defence. Oh, good ball, good ball.
Swift finds Pearson. Full rotation.
Pearson again has got a great hit of the still ball.
Looks like we're getting a substitution as Kieran Burns comes on in the place of Dylan Pearson. He'll be happy with his performance so far, Dylan. Can Kieran have a similar sort of impact as what he had in the first half? As Swift has a kick in straight to Reeve. Back to Swift. Burns is in an acre of space at that back post. If he can squeeze it over to him, that'd be 3. And there'd be no coming back from that, I don't think.
No. Good defending by Sevenoaks, though, to be fair. Owen trying to work the ball out. He'll try and work it so he gets either a kick in or a corner.
Yes, there.
And actually, Oh,
He has the luxury of patience.
yeah, but 7 Oaks come out on top on that one.
Very penned in, the Seven Oaks side.
Yeah,
Very closely bunched together.
no room for manoeuvre on there if the ball doesn't come out to them.
Just going to try and pick out Kyle, but a little
Well done,
bit of
Mr.
confusion between Baxter and Alexander there. And Swift repossesses the ball. I'm not sure what.
He gave that because he thought the player cut across the advancing player.
Okay. Have to watch that one back. Fortunate for Seven Oaks, they have a chance here. They've struggled to break into the Teesside half in the last 10 or so minutes.
Again, you can see on Adam's face the frustration there. That it's not going quite to plan.
Looks like we're getting a substitution as Harry Bestwick leaves the field of play, and Matthew Noonan comes on, and looks like he's inherited the goalkeeper bib of Greg Baxter. So it'll be interesting to see what happens now. I think Baxter's going to play a more wide role. I'm not sure why they've kicked off, as they're still adjusting the goalkeeper bib of Matthew Noonan.
Mr. Swift was very impatient there to get the ball going again.
Now this will be interesting to see what Bax's involvement and impact Baxter can have playing a wide role. Not too often he plays there, so if they see any promising signs from this, they may adjust for any future games this weekend.
Adam Swift, as he got too close to Reeve there and given away a 2-on-1, just outside the Teesside box.
And this is a big chance for Seven Oaks. You think if they was to get a goal back here, they could really force some pressure as Baxter comes to take.
I would imagine this is a well-drilled free kick. All players should really know where they're going to be.
Tries to go over to Bolt, but
again,
Tyler Reeve.
Who broke it up?
Tyler Reeve intercepts.
So Alexander with a kick in on the halfway line, attacking the Teesside area.
10 minutes to play here. Teesside currently leading Seven Oaks 2-0. A very assured performance from the North East side.
Swear up to now, you would never have think that Seven Oaks will score.
No, they certainly haven't created the opportunities thus far. And again, it's just...
Again, the ball just pushed down with not enough speed to get to the player.
Baxter gets the connection back to Kyle Alexander, to Bolt, but Reeve is there to put the pressure on, and he's done superbly well there. Once again, to win back possession for Teesside and put them in a very nice advanced position up the pitch. Just switched over and see Swift come in to take this kick in with the option of Reeve, who he finds. Back to Swift. Has the patience now. He can just
He's very happy
run
to
down the clock.
Yeah, very happy to run it up there.
No real danger for Teesside. It'd have to take something monumental here for them to not get points from this game.
Yeah, it's not going to help. Not going to help them at all.
Reeve.
Well worked.
Superbly worked goal. Swift was patient there and picked out Tyler Reeve for his second of the game. What a performance from that young man.
Yeah, what a smashing goal. Well deserved.
And that's 3-0. That's a fairly comprehensive scoreline and a comprehensive performance, you'd have to say.
Yeah, we're not used to seeing Seven Oaks play like this. Normally their passing game is their strong point and their positioning is their strong point. They've been well drilled and well trained by their coach, Adam McEvoy. So I think for him, probably a bit disappointing.
puts huge pressure on their game against Manchester United tomorrow. With West Brom, their fourth and final fixture. They won't want to get drawn into that relegation zone. But at the moment,
They're in there.
they're getting closer to it. As Swift comes in front of us.
Yeah. Can he hit the ball straight? That's what we want to know.
Kicking. Just making sure
He's
he has
changed the
the room.
positions. He's not satisfied with his positioning.
Short one to Reeve.
Oh, well
Enough
played.
to try and find Owen, but that's unlucky. Just goes out of play. Alexander hasn't got. He's got Bolt just in front of him, who he finds, who tries to pick out Baxter in the middle, but the option just wasn't there, and she'll be frustrated with that.
Yeah,
Missed kick, which just allows Teesside to relieve the pressure.
it's just not going for them, is it? Everything that they're trying at the moment just isn't quite falling into place.
Alexander finds Bolt.
Again,
There's no real direction on the
straight
pass
into the
there.
player.
As Hay picks out Swift, back to Hay. That's a good pass from Alexander there. What can Bolt do with it? She fires it across, but Swift cushions it away, and now they're in the counter-attack. You see Tyler straight up the pitch. He'll want his hat-trick.
And who wouldn't? Does he get to take the match ball home? This is the question.
Looks like we're going to have another substitution here. As the linesman on the right-hand side. As Mitch Tinkler comes on in place of Kieran Burns.
So far, you have to say Teesside's regime of their substitutions working very well for their team.
Yeah, some really good tactical work between Owen Swift and Paul Pearson on the touchline there. I know they work extremely hard in training, and it's really showing today. They've got 4 winnable fixtures this weekend, so they'll want to really advance up the table, put some daylight in between them and the relegation zone for their first season in the Premiership. Bolt with the kick in. Lets it run across Alexander, but it just gets trapped on top of Tyler Reeves' chair. And I think that'll be a set ball to resume play. Looks like Tyler's going to go up against Alexander.
And why not? He's won everything else so
If
far.
he can get that to the right-hand side, he's got Tinkler to his right, which he does. Tinkler has to be careful not to allow the 2-on-1, and he's done well. Mark Kerrison, the referee, just ushering Tinkler away, giving him all the opportunities to give enough space not to allow any infringements.
It's just good football to watch, isn't it? It's good to see when the team's playing well. I know it's at the expense of another team, but they're well drilled, their passing is really good, their place kicks and spot kicks are very well executed.
Yeah, I think every player on this Teesside team will be extremely proud with the result so far. They can just see it over the line. I think their ultimate priority now, as they sit 3-0 up, will be maintaining that clean sheet
Yeah.
and enhancing their goal difference even more.
You could tell that what it means to them. Mr. Pearson, the coach on the line, got a bit frustrated because they gave away a 2-on-1 in an attacking position. So that's what it means to them.
I think at the conclusion of this game, they'll be 2 points behind Newcastle.
Yeah, Newcastle have to play today.
4 points behind West Bromwich Albion, Throttles and Villa Rocket. So they've gone really under the radar, Teesside, but they've picked up a few key results.
Yeah.
And if they can have a strong weekend, there's no reason why they can't really secure their position in the Premiership for next season. Nice and early.
Yeah, and that's one thing that every coach is going to want to tick off the list. Are we secure? Can we then try and play different football? Can we bring new
Absolutely.
players in?
Absolutely. Then you can afford to experiment.
Yeah.
They won't be challenging the upper parts of the table. But there's they'll be absolutely delighted with their position so far. Being their first year in the Premiership is the unknown, but we spoke about it last week. Coming up from the Championship, you have every right to stay up in the Premiership. It's not a yo-yo now. You don't go up and then come straight back down.
No, it used to be that way, didn't it?
If you can really take the game to your opposition, have a real vision, and implement your tactics, you can stay in the division. I think
definitely
their next game today, Teesside, is against Nottinghamshire PFC, who have been fantastic this weekend. A 9-1 victory over 3-man St George's Knight this morning speaks volumes to that. And then tomorrow, an early game against Leeds Chariots will be interesting. And then they finish off against a 3-man St George's Knights if they can't get any of their players back. So every chance, every possibility Teesside could take a good amount of points, if not maximum, from this weekend if they play like this.
Definitely. But they'll be up against one of the better sides at the moment. That's Nottinghamshire, who've been playing some amazing football and has some great results.
Absolutely.
The Langley brothers sort of take a strong hold of the team at the moment, playing some brilliant passing games themselves.
Finds Tinkler at the back post.
Oh,
he's very unfortunate not to make it 4 there.
Yeah, and when he put the ball across, it bounced just in front of Owen, so he couldn't actually get control of the ball.
Seeing the smiles of the faces of the Teesside players, they're really enjoying themselves here, and why shouldn't they be?
Yeah, definitely.
Matthew Noonan with the goal kick, and it looks like that will be the last kick of the game. Fantastic performance from Teesside there as they secure a 3-0 win. And 3 points over Sevenoaks.
Yeah, so a quick one for you, Ryan. Your man of the match?
I think that isn't in question. That number 11 in the Teesside team, Mr. Tyler Reeve, was absolutely sensational today.
Absolutely, 100% behind you on that one. Totally agree.
A real jewel in the crown of Teesside. They all played well. They all deserve credit. Some really good tactical substitutions from the coaching setup. Enhanced their lead over Sevenoaks.
Yeah.
But Tyler Reeve is the epitome of class, and he will be absolutely delighted. I can see his smile from here.
Definitely.
He'll be absolutely delighted with that performance.
It was a classic box-to-box performance. From his own defending box to the attacking box, he was there everywhere and in between.
He was absolutely everywhere, and now Sevenoaks will, that being their last game of the weekend, last game of Saturday, nice and early, at only 12:30. They'll have a lot of time to regroup and assess ahead of tomorrow's fixtures against Manchester United and West Bromwich Albion.
I would think that Adam would take him back to the classroom in a second and just go over a few points. He's not a coach who's going to be a rant and a raving sort of coach, but he's a coach who will expect them to put on the performance that they know they can do, and he'll be disappointed they didn't quite achieve that today.
No, I agree. But thank you everyone for joining us, and we'll see you shortly for the next game on Court A.
That was a good question.
So here we are. Or maybe not.
Hello everyone and welcome back to this fixture between Aspire PFC versus Leeds PFC. A very interesting setup here. We've got joint top of the table, if not top of the table at this current moment, versus who I believe to be bottom. Looks like Leeds only have the bare four of Jack Britton, Seb Copeland, Dan Rigby and Kizzy Wade. And lining up for Aspire, it looks like we've got Tom Kelly in goal, Jordan Williams, Rosie Hodgson, and Mr. John Bolden on the bench. We've got Dan McClellan, Sally McNeil and Bobby Williams. They had a fantastic 4-0 win against Sevenoaks PFC this morning. And we'll want to get another 3 points to take the title fight to West Bromwich Albion. Looks like we've got a Leeds PFC kickoff, and it'll be taken by Dan Rigby, who's recently been selected to the England development squad. So keep an eye out for number 21 for Leeds as he kicks off, finding Seb Copeland. Nice little bit of early pressure, but John Bolden cuts it out. This met by Dan Rigby. Jordan Williams will come over. Once again, I'm joined by Mr. Brian Dix. How are you, Brian?
I am very well, thank you. Very well. Looking forward to a quite exciting game. I know that they're either end of the table, but to be fair, Leeds, as we know, can play some good football. And we know that Aspire will beat up the normal passing game. John was looking forward to this one as well when I spoke to him earlier.
Yeah, they're currently joint on points with West Bromwich Albion, both on 25, but Aspire currently 7 goals for you in the goal difference to West Bromwich Albion, so a nice high score from Aspire here will see them really pressure West Bromwich Albion, and Dan Rigby does extremely well to dispossess Rosie Hodgson. Nice battle pursuing between Rigby and Bolden. He finds Wade on the right hand side. Back to Rigby. Bolt extremely well to intercept, and Rosie has a go at goal, maybe a little bit optimistically, but Jordan's there to try and chase it in. And it looks like we're getting a 2-on-1 from Rosie and Jordan Williams. I wouldn't have said they were too close together. I wouldn't have given that personally.
No, but referees, when you're near the box, these seem to be a bit more tighter on the 2-on-1 rule.
But this is an exciting Aspire side. They've got strength in depth. They've got some really exciting options on the bench. Mr. Dan McClellan will want to extend his goal tally of the weekend, already getting 2 in the early fixture against Sevenoaks.
Definitely, he'll be looking for that.
Very exciting player.
He'll be giving their coaches the wink, saying he's ready to go on.
It's good so far from Leeds. They're doing well to limit the options of Aspire, but as we know, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, definitely.
They'll take their time, and once they get that first goal, typically the first goal in power chair football is the most important.
Oh.
And that's fantastically worked ball between Rosie, John and Jordan, and he's unfortunate there.
Jordan Williams just couldn't pull the ball back enough on the touchline.
And you see Britain come to take the goal kick for Leeds. Finds Kizzy Wade on this right hand side. John Bolden just communicating with Jordan there.
Asking if he wanted more power on the ball.
Yep. Always expecting the utmost of all of his players, John Bolden, which is why he's captain for both England and Aspire. Never resting on their laurels. as he progresses here to try and find Hodgson on the right-hand side. Back to Boulding. A superb pass to Jordan Williams. You can't quite get the angle on it to find Rosie on the right-hand side, but the danger signs are there, Brian.
Yeah, they are. They've settled in very quickly to their game plan, and it is to pass, to move the ball around and vacate the areas that Leeds aren't in. So good so far.
Rigby picks out Wade. We find him again. Boulding intercepts. A nice pass to Hodgson, who just directs it down the line. It looks like he'll just go out for a kick in.
Yeah,
Spire will look to just put the pressure on now and pen them in, limiting the options. They've got Seb on the left. He just plays it out, similarly to what Owen Swift did in the last game. Allows that soft touch from the opposition player, and then the ball is live.
Yeah, Leeds do that quite a lot. Just tuck the ball up, play it up to the defender and try and win the ball back.
You've got to be very confident in your kind of one-to-one
definitely
battles to do that, because it invites it straight away.
Oh yeah, and when you're playing against John Baldwin, I don't think I'd be brave enough to try that myself.
No.
It was on Thursday night that we were online with the Germans, helping do some coaching for them, and we were showing the England-France game, and it just it never amazed me watching that game just how good of a game that John's close control is.
He really is a very special player for England and Aspire. Let's just hope he can bring back the World Cup for us next year in Sydney. At the moment, he's having to battle with Mr. Rigby in the Leeds centre. John Bolden's done well to pick out Williams. He maintains it in reverse. He's done well there
Well
to
played,
force
Jordan.
a kick in.
Well played, Jordan.
Take note of the way Jordan maintained his position and reversed down the line there, opening up the pitch, opening up his options and his field of view. It's a good ball from Tom Kelly there over to Rosie Hodgson, but Jack Britton does well to intercept the initial attempt. She'll have another go here. He'll probably try and pick out Boulding, who's just ushering Jordan Williams as far over to this left-hand side as possible, and he's picked him out. Can he convert? Finds Boulding again. I think he would have wanted a bit more angle on that shot.
Yeah, and a bit more speed maybe.
Ricochets back to Boulding. Williams is having a superb game so far.
Yeah.
Really has dominant control over his chair and his understanding of where John wants him to be.
Yeah. John has said before that when he trains with Mr. Williams, he loves the fact that he's a listener. He picks things up and he listens properly. And then when John then tells him one thing, he didn't have to tell him again.
I'm almost seeing that sort of connection between John Boulding and Jordan Williams, what he had with Charlie Kitcher when Charlie Kitcher was a player.
And again, you're using names there that are classic class players. So yeah, to put him in the same line as those players is got to be a good testament to Williams.
Absolutely. Just have that understanding, telepathy almost. I'm sure if he calls on Dan McClellan's services at any point in the game, he'll be expecting that same understanding.
I think just the way they train, that every player that comes on the pitch knows how Aspire play. They're used to it. They see it so many seasons after seasons that it's just put into their skill set.
Still remains 0-0. Leeds have done extremely well to not allow too many chances of Aspire's fairly potent attack thus far, but Rigby just is done. He seems to have initially got the better of John Boulding there, but John Boulding always calm, always there. Once you think you've beaten him, he's right there behind you.
He just comes back with that little touch to play off the chair, and then suddenly it's their kick.
Boulding finds Hodgson, who's occupied a more central role. tries to find Williams on this wing. Couldn't generate the power. Rigby battling Bolden here. And unfortunately, Copeland wasn't quite alert to the ball coming his way, and it goes out of play for an Aspire kick-in. Very positive so far from Leeds to keep Aspire at bay.
Definitely. I mean, I don't think really Aspire had a shot on goal. Leeds might not have an also, but they're definitely spending more time in the Aspire area.
Yeah, I think Aspire took an early lead against Sevenoaks, and that's why that first goal is so important. It can change the whole dynamic of a game. So the longer Leeds can keep this at 0-0, the more they might grow in confidence and feel they may nick a goal or score on a counter-attack. Anything can happen. We've seen it happen before.
100%.
It's a tough pass. Hodgson does a superb ball down the line to Bolden, who's going to look for one of these attacking players. Just plays it off of Rigby's chair and wins the kick in.
He's so good at that. So good at that. You thought he'd lost it. He was nowhere near it. And suddenly he turns up with the ball.
Nice, healthy battle between Copeland and Bolden. Just trying to limit the space that the England captain has. And we just see him. The ball come on for a kick in. Looks like Bolden will take it. He's given the eye contact to Jordan Williams on the far side, so I wonder if he'll try and pick him out. He's in a bit of space, and he does.
Well done, Copeland. He read that really well.
He did. He did. There was no verbal communication, but you saw it in John's eyes of where he wanted Jordan to be.
With John's free hand, you always see him instigating, pushing fingers where the player's going to be.
And he's calling for the substitution now, and it looks like Bobby Williams is going to come on in place of Jordan Williams. He had a fantastic game earlier, Bobby Williams, assisting a goal, playing a key role in their victory over Sevenoaks. He'll want a similar impact here. Really bright first look cameo from Jordan Williams though. Tom Kelly plays it out to John Bolden. And first involvement for Bobby, finds John Bolden, who just sees off Kizzy Wade's once again. Yeah, that's a good advantage.
Again, John playing the 1-2 with the player's chair.
Goes out for a Leeds kick in. Rigby to take.
Dan's very happy to get the ball away at these little kicks on his throw-ins.
Yeah, he doesn't put any pace on them,
no,
so
they can't do anything with it.
There's not that luxury to get a good connection from the attacking player.
No.
Just slowly trickles it into the bumper of an opposing player and then advances on it.
This is where Rose has got to sort of look for the pass rather than try and push the ball through the chair.
Yeah, Jack Britton in the Leeds goal's done well there to see out the initial danger, but that looks like he's going to go out for a corner kick.
What they wanted.
And this is a good chance for Aspire here to get on the scoreboard.
We have the imposing person in front of us, Steve Baxter, the referee's assistant today.
Looks fantastic.
Looking across the line, always looking professional.
It's Bobby Williams takes, finds Bolden, whose shot ricochets into the side of Dan Rigby's chair. They thwart the initial danger, but Bolden is still there. It's another
again,
Aspire
little tap,
kicking.
takes the ball.
Yeah.
He wants to go fast, he's ready.
Bolden finds Hodgson, back to Bolden, tries it back to Hodgson, but Seb Copeland does well to cut it out. Nice pass from Rosie Hodgson there to find Bobby Williams. But this is a chance here. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get the connection on it.
Yep. Dan Rigby got in the way of that one, and he's trying again now.
If Seb was able to have a more powerful shot on goal and/or find Kizzy Wade advancing on the right-hand side, they could have easily had a good chance there.
Definitely, because the goalkeeper was out of position there as well.
Dan Rigby met by John Bolden, who plays a superb ball to Bobby Williams, who does a full rotation onto the ricochets off the post. Jack Britton does well initially. Lovely play from Bolden and Bobby Williams there.
Definitely one they've practiced a few times. Oh. A different position. I think the referee saw something we didn't see there.
Yeah.
Maybe it took a deflection, we couldn't see it.
As Rigby comes over to take. As
Another little
again,
tap in.
met by John Bolden. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get the chair in the right position to get the full connection there. And it's a 2-on-1.
Again, it's not quite sure.
I didn't think that.
No, I'm not quite sure about that either.
I don't know what Leeds player. It must have been Kizzy, but she was well up the pitch.
No, it's given it to Leeds.
Oh, of course, it would have
Spire.
been.
But again, it didn't look like they were that close. But hey, we're not the referee, are we?
True. Jack Britton to take. Just bounces in between the chair of Rigby and Bolden. Another 2-on-1 there. Bobby Williams and John Bolden. I think they realised that one. It was a bit more clear cut. Fine margins, very fine margins. It's normally up to the referee's discretion to see if the chairs are a certain distance apart. And Kizzy has an involvement up against John Bolden. Dan Rigby's right there, close to a 2-on-1, and Bobby in reverse advances up the pitch.
Again, we have to remember that on the Leeds side, two of the players who are on the pitch at the moment have been there from the very beginning. And that was 7 years ago when Rigby and Britton played for Leeds.
And that's a chance there. Seb Copeland, he worked some fantastic passes and he had a chance on this left-hand side. John Bolden and Aspire will want a goal here because Leeds are growing in confidence and it's turned into a really interesting game.
Yeah. They're certainly not getting it their own way. Some of the passes just aren't reaching where it should be reaching.
Strong connection with Rosie Hodgson there. Dan Rigby has a go at goal. Seb's positioning's not quite there to get.
But it's a Leeds ball.
It is.
Probably 3 metres away from the goal line of Aspire. Leeds are on the charge.
Rigby fires it into Tom Kelly's chair. We've got a 2-on-1 in favour of Aspire, and it will be taken by Tom Kelly. As we close in to the half-time interval, Leeds have played superbly well there to keep this at 0-0 so far. A few more options John has from the bench.
I don't think he really wanted to play that ball. Williams had the chance to get the ball across to Hodgson, but they didn't quite make it.
Britton met by Bolden. It's close to Hodgson. She has to be careful not to get in the way. And she does that.
Again, they all know the places. When Williams changed the substitute, he's come right back where Jordan would be.
Bolden finds Bobby Williams.
Not the greatest of touches.
Just off the front of John Bolden's chair there to see Leeds get the kick in. And if they can take this into half-time at 0-0, they'll certainly be the happier of the two sides.
Yeah, I would think that
that's again,
if I was on the Leeds coaching side, I'd be very happy.
One of their brightest performances of the season so far for a team that's sitting bottom of the league. Really shows how close this division is.
Yeah.
The top can compete with the bottom if you apply the right tactical approach.
Owen Swift just having a little look and see what's going on, see what he's got to contend with for the rest of the weekend.
Nice healthy battle between Rigby and Boulding there.
I think John knows he's been in the game today, hasn't he, so far? He's not getting it all his own way.
And I don't think he will be best happy approaching half-time. I think there'll be some stern words for his players. If they want to beat the likes of Northern Thunder and West Bromwich Albion, they're going to have to play a lot better than this.
Yeah, definitely.
But again, I don't want to take any credit away from Leeds as well, who have defended superbly the whole game and had chances up the other end.
Yeah.
So can they get a goal before half-time? Boulding tries to find Williams. He wasn't quite in the right position. He's going to go for the full 180, find Rigby, but it's just ricocheted off Bobby Williams' chair to go out for a Leeds ball, and I think they will see this scoreline into the half-time interval now.
I think so. They've looked, the referee's looked at his watch twice now. And again, Dan just happy to dribble the ball in front of his chair.
Gets his positioning perfectly right to see off Bobby Williams, and now he has the space to try and find Seb. John Boulding's right there. He's done superbly well there. Can Seb will be frustrated with that chance. The last kick of the first half. And that was a chance there. They've done that a few times.
Yeah, I definitely believe that Leeds have been in a better position for a lot of the game.
Really, really promising signs from Leeds there. Looking at it at the moment, John doesn't look too happy in that Aspire huddle.
No, he won't be happy. He won't be happy at all.
Will he make any adjustments or changes as they approach the second half? They've been knocking, but Leeds have met every attack they have produced.
With Dan Rigby playing the way he's been playing in the first half, in control, nothing's got past him, and his pass of the ball has been superb.
Yeah, we've certainly seen why Dan Rigby has been selected for that England development squad. He's been a standout in this Leeds side in the first half.
And at that stage, I think we'll go for our cup of coffee.
Thank you, everyone. See you for the second half. Welcome back for the second half between Aspire and Leeds. It looks like we've had a half-time substitution. Dan McLaren has come on in the place of Rosie Hodgson. Can they find a way through this Leeds defence?
Yeah, they've got a long way to go this half to make it work. Leeds were very determined in their play. Dan was maybe not spectacular in what he did, but he was strong, and he come out with the ball on several times when normally you wouldn't do that against John Baldwin.
Yeah, I think Leeds had the clear of the chances in the first half, which Aspire will want to address. As we just about to blow off for the second. Paul Yates in the centre. Signals for the second half, and we're underway. Dan Rigby involved straight away, does a superb ball to find Kizzy Wade. What I think may be at the detriment of Leeds' performance is the fact they have no substitutions this weekend.
Yeah.
And Aspire have 3 on the bench. So if Leeds players show a bit of tiredness throughout the game, you could see Aspire capitalising on that, but at the moment that isn't the issue, as John Baldwin meets Dan Rigby for another battle in the middle.
Keeper had to save that. That would have come in.
Interesting. I thought he was just going to let that run out of play, but it looks like it was just edging round to the near post, so he had to make some contact, and a superb ball from John Baldwin tries to find Dan McLennan for his first involvement and fails to do so. The ball just flicked up between Rigby and Baldwin, but the referee allows it to continue. And the battle between the two continues. He's going to want to try and pick out Bobby or Dan on either wing. There's goals in either of them. Nice stuff by John to just advance into the penalty box of Leeds. Dan just coming out of the way, not to allow a 2-on-1. Interesting decision. I would have said the ball had left there, but
yeah,
we continue. Baldwin tries to pick out McClellan on the left-hand side, but Rigby intercepted. He's found Bobby Williams, who's got the space, but met by Britton brilliantly there to thwart any danger, and he maintains that pressure as Copeland finds Britton, and a poor pass allows Bobby Williams in. Can he capitalise? Tries to find Dan McLennan, but Dan Rigby fills the void in goal to keep it at 0-0 initially. Dan McLennan's done incredibly well there to try and pick out Williams again.
Everything that Aspire's thrown at them, they're just mopping it up.
Britton has been superb at the start of this second half. Switched places with Rigby. McLennan is unfortunate not to get the connection there.
No, he tried the reverse spin and again John give him the thumbs up, is that was the right thing to do. Just keep on trying.
Very open this game still. Britain finds Rigby just about. John Bolden was there to snatch up any opportunity he could. Probably see a rare kick from Dan Rigby at a kick in. John Bolden meets it with some power and it ricochets up the pitch. Will he apply the same technique or will he cushion it slowly into the bumper of John Bolden? We will see. He's got Seb down the line. He's gone for the small cushion. Got to be careful not to allow too much pressure from the attacking Aspire players. John Bolden is in a lot of space now to find McLennan. And that
well played, McLennan moved that away just in time.
He did, and that interception off the back of Rigby's chair was the key defensive move there. Bobby Williams at the back picks out Dan McLennan, but John Bolden and Bobby Williams.
Again, that 3 metre rule is 3 metres are 3 metres.
It's fine margins, and I, again, sitting on the side of the pitch, I wouldn't have said it personally myself, but it is a matter of centimetres sometimes. Bolden finds Williams, back to Bolden, back to Williams, who stays in reverse. Can he pick out Bolden again? Look, maybe to Dan McLennan on the left-hand side. Finds Bolden, but Rigby's there to block any initial pass. McLennan's a nice battle with Rigby, but Rigby comes the better off of the two. We're going to see a cushioned kick in, a bit more powerful. We see that cushioned one once again, trademark for Dan Rigby. But Bolden's right there to put pressure on. It's the danger of them sort of kick-ins. Straight away you've got an attacker on the ball. Bolden with a really powerful pass over to Bobby Williams, who switched side with Dan McLennan. Dan Rigby tirelessly going back and forward to block any type of shot.
Bit overzealous that time, just threw the foul.
He was, not his fault, but he was so intent on blocking any potential shot that he just drove into the bumper of Bobby Williams. And this is a real opportunity for Aspire here to go 1-0 up. Dan McLennan coming over to take. He's going to look for John Bolden, who looks for Bobby Williams at the back post, who just meets Jack Britton's chair.
Not sure then why John didn't just go for goal then.
Resolute in goal for Leeds. And he's advancing up the pitch. He's done well initially, but John Bolden's positioning and driving of the chair is second to none. And he thwarts the initial danger. Seb Copeland in a lot of space, but Jack would have had to got a lot more power on that ball. Dan finds Bobby Williams. Dan Rigby sweeps up again.
Unusual for John, hit that ball then, pushing it back. But again, Dan Rigby comes away with the ball. And the confidence just to hold the ball there.
Yeah, he recently attended the England Seniors Power Chair football camp at Lilleshall, and I'm heard he impressed a lot of people there. If he carries on his current development, there's no reason why he can't earn himself a position on that plane to Sydney next year. At the moment, he's showing every attribute of an England international. John Bolden, current England captain, he's done well to pen them back initially. He's going to be there to sweep up the danger. John Bolden met by Dan Rigby. Are we seeing present and future England centres on the pitch at the moment? That is the question.
I think so. I mean, Dan's come on so much. You know, from the original team when they first started, he was one of a team of good players. Now he stands out. He stands out as one of the better players.
He's one of those players who really took the time in lockdown to work on his game away from the court. I think there's a lot of psychological work and mental work. And
I
really
think he's
come
well
back stronger.
supported by his parents, so Russ and Katie will be always supporting him and taking him to as many training sessions they can get to.
The referee just lets that go. Healthy 50-50. Bobby Williams now takes the role of battling Rigby for the ball. It goes out for an Aspire kick in. As I said, when as the minutes tick down, Leeds will get more and more confident.
Definitely.
The time is running out for Aspire to make put a real stamp on this game. We spoke about goal difference at the start of this game and how Aspire would want a convincing win to keep the pressure on West Brom, but Leeds are just not letting them do it.
Nope.
No real direction on that pass from John Bolden. He shows his frustration. Will the frustration start to set in for Aspire as they just can't find a way through this Leeds defence? Williams finds Bolden to McClellan, who's on foot again. Is that frustration? Are we seeing it?
It's
A bit of complacency setting in. I don't know.
It's uncharacteristic, isn't it? We don't normally see this from the Aspire team.
Right, this is superb stuff from Leeds. Irrelevant of what happens in the game, they need to take so many positives from this game so far.
Dan choosing again just to give the ball away, really.
Bolden finds McClellan. He's unfortunate not to get too much from that. Rigby met him. But McClellan's come over for this kick in. He's going to try and find John, but Kizzy's come over to intercept superbly. She's getting
Well done, Kizzy Wade.
a nice standing ovation from people upstairs. Bolden to McClellan. Rigby's right there and a missed kick from Bolden. We're talking about that frustration, that complacency. These two may as well be conjoined. They've been so close all game
They have.
in terms of their positioning on the pitch.
Yeah. John's experience just pushed him through there, and they've got a kick in right on the goal line of Leeds' goal.
See the roar from Rosie Hodgson on the sidelines, jeering on her team to try and get a goal in this game. If they was to come away with only a point, that's a huge loss for them. They would arguably see that as a loss because it would give a huge advantage to West Bromwich Albion to lose to bottom of the table, to draw to bottom of the table. Sorry.
Again, good back work from Rigby, just going backwards just to push the ball out of play to stop John finding his pass to Williams.
Bobby Williams comes over for the kick in. Bolden's just telling him to be a bit patient, but that didn't even enter the field of play, and it goes out for a Leeds kick in. It's frustration, it's complacency.
Yeah.
Aspire are very rarely in this position.
No.
10 minutes to go now.
Bolden will not be happy.
A matter of minutes in it now. I'm sure West Brom are watching over the stream and will be revelling in this performance from Leeds. Certainly off the back of West Brom's 5-0 win over Manchester United earlier today.
Yeah. Bolden uses experience to push the ball out to stop Leeds from going forward. But I'd imagine that Dan will do his same mode, just push the ball forward.
There's no reason why they should change their game plan or approach now. It seemed to have worked so far. I think the referee's signifying that the ball did touch Dan Rigsby's chair before
Double
Bolden's
touch.
there. It needs to touch an opposition or a team player's chair before yours again. Bolden tries to pick out Bobby Williams on the right hand side.
And again, that man Rigby was there.
Bolden to Williams, back to Bolden. Dan McClellan, rare involvement in this second half. Will John look to switch it up at all, maybe bring Rosie or Jordan back on? We saw the impact and the ability of Jordan Williams in the early stages of the first half. That's the thing. Aspire chopped and changed.
Again, John missed his pass. They was revving up to do a reverse spin, and Dan Rigby got right in his chair, so he couldn't pull it off.
Copeland with a rare involvement. Meets Tom Kelly in the defensive box of Aspire. Jack Britton finds Kizzy Wade at the back post and she squeezed it in! I cannot believe it! Leeds have taken the lead against Aspire Power Chair Football Club. There must be 5-6 minutes left. But when called upon, Kizzy and her teammates played fantastically well there. And John is in absolute disbelief.
Yeah, it was a well-worked goal, and Kizzy was just there and pushed with the front bumper just inside the post. And to be fair, at the moment, you know, it's not against the run of play.
It's not. Let's not forget Leeds bottom of the table as this fixture started. Aspire joint on points at the top with West Bromwich Albion. This would be a huge loss for Aspire, both in terms of momentum in the table and confidence overall. They just haven't seemed to click or find a way past Leeds, and the frustration is setting in now as we see John Bolden show his frustration to Bobby Williams. There's a bit more bite in John's attack now as we're seeing it. Once again met by Dan Rigby. Not long left now to get back in this game.
McLean there fighting with Rigby in the middle of their box. But again, Dan Rigby just looks so self-assured and so confident. You can't see him getting past him.
Can Aspire do anything in this final 5 minutes? Bobby Williams just switches sides to give Dan McClellan the space. And it goes out for a kick in. It looks like we're going to get a substitution. And it looks like Dan McClellan will be leaving the field of play, and Bobby Williams in place of Rosie Hodgson and Jordan Williams. Frustrating.
So I think if I'm right, this is the side what started the game. Hopefully.
It is, and I think they were a lot more brighter when they had this initial four.
Touched by Dan Rigby, it's a corner. Oh, he hasn't given it. Dan Rigby, that ball come off Rigby's front bumper, but
yeah.
The referee and linesman did not see that.
Jack Britton to take the goal kick as Leeds lead Aspire by 1-0.
Yeah. But to be fair, Ryan, where can you see a goal coming from?
Dan has been so dominant in that defensive half for Leeds that it'd have to be an error from their.
I think so.
From them to allow any space or opportunities for Aspire.
Yeah, I haven't seen any Aspire player looking at the moment capable of being able to do that magic bit of spark to make the goal happen.
Jordan Williams tries to pick out John Bolden, met by Britton, who's just going to try and creep it over the line. Dan Rigby reads it, and it's another.
Well played, John. He worked that well to get the corner. But you've got to say, if it doesn't come from a set piece, I cannot see in open play where a goal's going to come from for Aspire.
Jordan Williams to take. There's minutes left in this. John Bolden. An attempt just ricocheted off of Rigby's chair. Will they have another go? Williams finds Bolden. Back to Jordan Williams. Jack Britton meets it. Will Rosie get involved? Her pass finds Tom Kelly. They're playing a very dangerous way now, Aspire. Tom Kelly very advanced up the court. And it goes Leeds' way.
Yeah. and deservedly so. At the moment, I cannot see any way into this game back for Aspire.
John Boldens finds Jordan Williams. You can believe this. I believe I'm right in saying if Leeds manage to win this, this will be their first victory of the season.
Definitely. And what a way to start a campaign off.
It certainly is.
And deservedly so.
At the moment, you could not disagree with this scoreline.
No.
They've had the better of the chances. John will go back after this and really assess their performance. What went wrong? What they can do better. But all credit to Leeds. To Russ. To Paul Gorman on the sidelines. And these 4 players, let's not forget, this is the 4 that started the game. No substitutions. And Dan Rigby once again meets it. And Jordan Williams has done superbly well to finally get the better side of Dan Rigby. And is he going to creep it over the line? He's got, and Dan Rigby's chair positioning was absolutely superb. I thought that was a certain goal. I really did. John Bolden goes out for a goal kick, and I honestly cannot believe what I'm seeing at the moment.
No.
Leeds outplaying Aspire.
Yeah. And John, so much not in character. Pushed the ball wide of the post, not even on target.
Finds Rosie. Can she get a goal? No, she can't. Dan Rigby sees it off on the line.
And lets the ball hit his bumper, and he'll just play out.
He's got the time to spare.
Yeah.
Aspire need to chase this game, and that's playing into Leeds' hands. Jordan Williams finds John Bolding, but Dan Rigby's there to meet it, and Rosie can't quite get in a good enough position to receive a pass. Can he creep it over the line?
Again, Dan Rigby comes out with the ball. John,
he'll be having nightmares about Dan Rigby tonight, I think.
He will, because I can honestly say, every one-on-one they've had, Dan Rigby has come away with the ball. Dan will be so happy with the way the game's finishing off for him.
John Bolden, optimistic shot there. It's a 2-on-1 in favour of Leeds, and that will probably see them out now.
Yeah. You can see on John's face, you know, the upsets there, the hurts there. And he's not used to losing.
He's not, and the game has grown quite the crowd from the game that's finished on our left-hand side, and the people up on the mezzanine. I'm sure we're going to hear an eruption of cheers should Leeds see this over the line.
This could be the last play of the game.
There's one last corner, one last chance for them to get a point out of this game. If Leeds carry on defending how they have, I don't see a way of them scoring, but never say never in power chair football. Looks like Hodgson's going to take. She's got John Bolden just in front and Jordan Williams at the back post. She finds John Bolden, finds Jordan Williams. It's met by Dan Rigby, and that is full time. As suspected, the cheers from the mezzanine as Leeds see out an absolutely sensational 1-0 win over Aspire Power Chair Football Club. Thoughts on that, Bri?
From the start to the finish of the game, Leeds dominated in lots of areas of the game. Aspire could not play the normal game. They weren't allowed to go forward. Dan Rigby picked up everything. The way he played his kick-ins, the slow kick-in where he controlled the ball, bouncing off to the player, he didn't lose control.
I mean, I don't think there's much point asking who was your man of the match in that one.
Since you ask, Dan Rigby 100%.
Dan Rigby, sensational performance, but huge credit to Jack Britton in that Leeds net.
Very much so.
Superb. And when asked of, Seb Copeland and Kizzy Wade were the ones that ultimately had the run of play to set up for the goal. So huge congratulations to Leeds there.
Can you see Kizzy Wade in the corner there? Look at that smile on her face.
Huge smile on her face. Huge goal.
Absolutely priceless.
Massive congratulations to Leeds Power Chair Football. I hope you all enjoyed the fixture. Thank you very much. Hello everyone, welcome back. Up now we've got an exciting fixture between Villa Rockets and West Bromwich Albion. West Bromwich Albion will be looking to capitalise on the fact that Aspire dropped 3 points in their fixture against Leeds earlier. That Brian and I had the pleasure of watching a fantastic performance from Leeds. But West Brom will really want to make a statement of intent here.
Yeah.
Currently joint on points, but they've got that game in hand over Aspire with this one to play. What are your thoughts, Brian?
I think that Chris Gordon would have seen that score and thought, without being negative towards Aspire, he'd be rubbing his hands a little bit, because there's a crack, and when there's a crack, something's got to be filled with it. And I think the way that West Brom play, you know, they want to be filling that crack, and they will be up there challenging like a competitive team will be. So I can't see any reason why after this game, if it comes the right way, Aspire would be a little bit worried.
Absolutely. So just run you through the teams. Starting for Villa Rockets, we've got Dan Kay, the number 4. We've got Amir Ali, number 99. Summer Rice, 9. And Sanjam Patel, number 5 in goal. So, apologies, the team lineup was wrong on Pro My Sport. We've actually got Amy Lee Julian in the place of Patel. And it looks like Bubba is going to fill in goal. Starting for West Bromwich Albion, you've got Chris Gordon in goal. Marcus Harrison, Brad Bates, Matthew Gilbert.
I have to say, watching the early game from Villa, Kay played exceptionally well again for Villa. Not only did he score, but he kept on pushing. He didn't sit back. He pushed the whole way through the game.
Very competent player is Kay.
Again, he's been around a long time.
You see Amy Lou Julian come over for this kick in, penned right back. We're seeing a little bit straight away. I can see more intensity from West Brom than what we saw from Aspire. A little bit more urgency about their play from the get-go. And it looks like
A little bit
two
tight
players, Gordon and Harrison, too close to each other.
there. Yeah.
2-on-1, a little bit of breathing space for Villa Rockets.
And strangely, that Bubba's not taking the kicks.
No, interesting setup from Villa Rockets here as they've chosen to put one of their star players in the net. But just as you say that, the curse of the commentator strikes again and they switch over and Bubba comes over to take.
I think they do it on purpose, you know, to try and catch us out.
Yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, bit of pressure
A
from
little
Villa.
bit of miscommunication there, and the ball just trickled over the face of the goal. Marcus Harrison couldn't see it over the line.
Yep.
Maintains 0-0 as Amy Lou Julian comes over to take this kick in. They're really penned in here from West Bromwich Albion, but she finds Bubba superbly well. And he advances up the pitch, met by Chris Gordon. Amir Ali was called up to the recent England training squad. Fantastic to see him getting the recognition for his consistency shown in the Premiership week in, week out.
Many hard years he's had in.
And Lee Julian did well there to cut out the initial ball.
You have to be careful, of course, here, Ryan, because you have obviously Amy's mother sat to your right, and as I well know, she could be a sharp character, you know, sharp character.
There'll be nothing but compliments Amy's way, I can assure you.
Because she's looking at you.
It's fantastic to see this Villa Rockets team comprised of 2 females in the starting lineup.
Yeah.
And it's not a token gesture that they deserve their space there. They're very competent players, as Amy Lee Julian does well to see it out of play.
I think they're, especially when it comes to summer, I think she's scored quite a few goals so far. And Amy's trying to catch her up and obviously make her mark of the team as well.
Yep, I think both are making it's their first season playing in the Premiership with Villa Rockets, so really exciting to see what they can do in this well-drilled side. Marcus Harrison's done well there. Met by Bubba in the middle. Number 99. Two very aggressive players. Be interested to see who wins the battle. Lee Julian maybe should have let that go out for a kick in. As Harrison advances.
Chris Gordon's shadowing behind him. He knows where he's going to be. He knows what he wants to do.
It's a great.
Again, they sweep it up. Oh, again, these 2-on-1s.
Not sure if that was for Chris Gordon's encroachment on Marcus Harrison or Matthew Gilbert on the left-hand side.
Yeah, not quite sure. Not quite
they were
sure.
both very similar distances away from the captain.
Right, I think.
Yeah. Once we advance, we'll get the Sky Sports analysis screens where we can draw.
Get our own lines marked up on it.
Exactly.
Again, a 2-on-1.
They play a very compact.
Gordon's not happy. He's even asking the referee a question there, like he sometimes does.
They play such attacking 4-out football that it's going to result in 2-on-1 fairly frequently, or more frequently than your typical formations in power chair football, because 4 players all have the freedom and flexibility to attack and advance up the pitch.
Yeah.
That's what we really like to see, is the way that England play. Dan Kay tries to find Amy Lou Julian on this left-hand side, but intercepted by Chris Gordon, met by Gilbert, and Bates has a chance here. But Bubba's done extremely well to see it out. Few calls for corner, but it looks like it'll be a goal kick for the Rockets.
Yeah. I think we're very lucky in our league. We've probably got one of the best leagues in the world of power chair football, and definitely, you know, we've got some officials here. Just on this pitch alone, they've got many years' experience with them. It can help the game go a long way.
Bubba to Kay, but Bates intercepts. Gilbert has to vacate the position on the right wing to allow the space for Bates. And Gordon's closely behind. You've got to be careful with the space in between the two. But Dan Kay does well to intercept. Bates switches over with Harrison. I'm not sure who's coming over to take. A little bit of communication between Harrison and Gordon, and it looks like Gordon will be the one to take the responsibility.
Or will he?
It's just that
they're teasing us now.
Yeah.
I think that was an attempt to try and take it without us realising what was going on.
Matthew Gilbert tries to creep it behind Dan Kay's chair, but unfortunately can't do it. Well worked opportunity for West Bromwich Albion there. And Summer Rice, with one of her first major involvements in the game, does well to get the kick in.
She's had a quiet game so far this summer.
Yep, she's been isolated, but she will. But what we saw with the Leeds game, just be alert, be ready, because when that counter-attack comes, if it comes, you'll be called upon.
Yeah, look at Kizzy Wade.
We saw what Kizzy did against Aspire.
Yeah.
She was quiet and fairly isolated for large parts of the game.
Yeah.
She made that involvement. She had that impact when it really mattered, and won them the game.
Yeah. The concentration was there fully for the whole game.
Looks like they're just adjusting something on Summer's
feet, I think.
Feet.
She's got straps on her toes. I think sometimes it works loose because she has a lot of movement.
And Caroline Bean resumes play. Chris Gordon to take. A little bit of contact between Summer and Brad. And again, very feisty between the pair. And Dan Kay does well to just nip it out of the way of Matthew Gilbert, who tries to do the 180, but it slams into the side of Dan Kay's chair. This is a good game so far.
It is a good game. It's very open. And again, both sets of players are well drilled in what they're doing. Villa are defending very well.
7 minutes gone, still 0-0. Villa doing well to hold West Brom at bay as it stands. As we saw in the last game, the longer, the more defensive team can last.
I think Rick is using the wrong lines there. I think it's on the red line, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll make you right. Unless it's a free kick.
Oh, it'd be a corner. That's why my mistake. The corner comes right to the D, doesn't it? So it looks like it's
Of course.
false. Again, they're trying to trick us. They're trying to trick us up on
Harrison,
this one.
chance to Bates there.
Just wide.
It's unfortunate. They're knocking on the door.
Yeah. Here's an interesting fact. What can you say about 3 players from West Brom team that we haven't seen before? Currently on the pitch right now. Do you give that?
I need to have a little...
You can't think of using Google on this one. It's pretty much straightforward. I can help you out if you like.
Go on, what you got for me?
They all manage different teams. They're coaches for other teams.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. You've got Marcus Harrison with his involvement with Greenbank, who have been superb in the Championship so far this season.
Yeah.
Me and Brian had the pleasure of watching them last weekend, was impressed. Got Brad Bates, his involvement and head coach of the Nomad Knights, who picked up some really impressive wins last Saturday and Sunday. And obviously Chris Gordon the same with West Bromwich Albion Dudley, who are really chasing for that automatic promotion spot. So just shows that this team is trying to find the next generation.
It's good to see, actually, not just that, the fact they're still involved outside of what they're actually doing on a day basis.
It just shows how passionate they are for it. You need to
We
be
know they love it.
selfless to a certain degree. As Chris Gordon has a chance, and Summer Rice has the chance to advance up the pitch now. She's got Amy Lou Julian to her left. But Bates does well to shield her out. Amy needs to be careful not to get too close to Summer. And Brad Bates, the England international, has done well to see off Summer Rice there. To find Chris Gordon in the middle. Full 180. And Daniel Kay does superbly well to see it off the line. The pressure's still there. The ball's still live. And a little bit of respite for Villa, but that was a very good chance for West Brom there.
Definitely well defended.
Summer Rice to take the kick in. Straight down to Brad Bates. Oh, Amy should have probably stayed in reverse there. She had the chance. But it just shows a few seconds, a few passages of play, and Villa can break. Gordon straight into Harrison, who tries to evade Daniel Kay. As well. Looks like Amy's going to come over for this kick in. She's got Kay just in front. Bubba more defensive. But she does well to find Summer Rice, who unfortunately can't get the timing on her chair. I'd like to see her maybe control that rather than go for a shot.
Yeah, I think she'd controlled the ball, let it cushion against the chair, and she could have made something from it and did a decent pass. Again, Marcus Harrison's been very quiet this game.
So far.
But like we saw in the last game, just because you are, let's say, the better side, let's say, doesn't mean you get it your own way.
It can work against you if you have that. If you and others have that expectation for you to automatically get the win, and that is looks like it's, as we said, that unfortunate for Villa Rockets there is it just seemed to ricochet in the path of Marcus Harrison, and he has the simplest of touches to see it over the line. We see Bubba and Daniel Kay in the goal line of Villa just having them communications, wondering what happened.
Yeah, again, that was definitely the curse of the commentator. We were just saying that just because they're a better side doesn't mean they get it all their own way, and up to that point...
I think you said Marcus Harrison had been quiet, if I'm to quote you directly.
I can't remember saying that, to be fair.
Sorry, Marcus. But no, that goal will see them in good stead now. First goal so important to just asserting your dominance on the game. Villa really have to chase it now. They can't afford to be too defensive if they want anything from this game. As Amy does well to position her chair and starts a battle with Marcus Harrison. But unfortunately comes off second best on that occasion. Marcus Harrison now battles against Daniel Kay. but once again gets the better of him. Got Brad Bates to the left, Matthew Gilbert to the left. Some real options from the bench for West Brom. Got Luke Kelly, Lewis Harris and Barry Sinell. 3 really good options. Quality throughout their side.
Yeah. As you saw there, Chris was up in the area of Villa, and Brad Bates dropped back behind to support his goalkeeper. Some are just giving away a free kick there, a bit overzealous on a challenge. So a free kick to West Brom with Chris Gordon taking control. And on to the evergreen Marcus Harrison.
He's pushed it right into the corner. It looks like it's going to go out for a goal kick. Bubba to take the kick in. Amy's probably in the most space. He's got the option of Summer. He's gone central though, and he's managed to squeeze it through Brad Bates and Marcus Harrison superbly well. Got to be careful with the 2-on-1 there. Brad and Chris got extremely close to each other.
I think they did, but I think Kaz just gave him a very well-deserved carry on playing, because he wasn't interfering with play. Brad was going the opposite way at the time, so it's good to see that some referees let that go. I think it's one of the rules they could be more flexible on.
Yeah. Dan Kay to take the kick in, over to Bubba. Just tries to sneak it past Marcus Harrison, but he's alert to the danger. As he advances up the pitch, can he find one of his teammates in the box? He's got Chris Gordon occupying a space just outside the box.
I think with Marcus, you have one of the best dribblers of the ball in power chair football in the world. I think him and Momo would give each other a run for the money.
I agree. Both fantastic players. As Marcus Harrison finds it over to Matthew Gilbert. He can't see it past Daniel Kay.
Good defending. Stout defending by the Villa.
Some enthusiastic clapping from the West Bromwich Albion bench there. All fancy their chance when they come on, if they come on. Brad Bates, as the last line of defence for West Brom, does well to see it out as he battles Summer Rice. Maintains in place. She has to be careful, so she vacates the position to not allow a 2-on-1. She maintains a reverse, and we've got
a foul was given against Bates for clipping the side of the chair. Kaz just letting him know what it's for. Not lead know what it wasn't for himself.
Daniel Kay tries to find Summer Rice, but Marcus Harrison intercepts. Met by Bubba initially. Brad Bates to the left, Gilbert to the right. Gilbert is a little bit lost at the moment. He has to switch over positions, and Brad Bates has to be aware of that.
Yeah, Brad Bates dropped right behind Chris Gordon now because he sees attacking.
All 4 players have that responsibility to attack when needed, when it suits the game the most. None of them are anchored down to any one position, as we're seeing Chris Gordon in the goalkeeper jersey, the most advanced at the pitch, as he picks out Matthew Gilbert. Obviously it looked like it went over the goal line from our angle, but the fact that it was probably 3-4 feet in the air means it results, I think, in a goal kick in the end. Bubba to take. Finds Daniel Kay in the middle. You can't see it onto Summer Rice, met by Brad Bates. It's a good battle between the two of these. Just got caught in between the chairs, and West Brom come away with the kick in. Brad Bates drops deep. Marcus Harrison, they're all congested in that small area on the top right hand corner of the pitch. Harrison may see it onto Chris Gordon, or may try to pick out Gilbert in the middle. It's a nice open goal if he gets it to him.
He changed his mind halfway through that. He was going to flick it on, realised there was too many players around him, so he let the ball come onto his chair.
It's good, patient, build-up play from Chris Gordon there. Doesn't rush things. If it's not on, he won't try and force it. He'll wait for the best opportunity to find a pass or find a shot.
Yeah. I think he must be one of the most talkative captains we've got in the Premiership Football League, Mr. Gordon.
He's a fantastic communicator, Chris, and that shows in his Dudley side in the Championship.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just comes off the front of Amy Lee Julian's chair in a dangerous position. Bubba's met by Marcus Harrison. They're really penned back now, Villa Rockets, as that goes out for a corner kick.
Again, that's what the West Brom team were looking for, to play off.
Only a minute or two now before the half-time interval. West Brom will be the happier of the side, but there's definite room for improvement. We're seeing kind of similarities from this to the last game. The defensive team resolute in their approach to keep the attackers at bay.
Yeah.
And once again, I'd like to give huge credit to Leeds for their incredible performance earlier. We was talking about it in the break after the game that is one of the shocks. It's definitely the shock of the season so far, if not in the last 3, 4, 5 years.
Yeah, definitely. You just don't see it happening.
Top.
We're not saying that the teams aren't good enough, but the way the top teams dominate, it's just you just never see it happen.
That's the half-time whistle. 1-0 to West Bromwich Albion. No, you really can't predict anything. Leeds hadn't approached the fixture with not a win all season.
No.
Managed to pip Aspire to the post, but West Brom have done extremely well not to allow Villa too much in that opening half. They've got that goal which Aspire craved so desperately.
Totally agree.
But we'll leave you now for the half-time interval, and we'll join you for the second half.
Is it time for a prawn sandwich?
I think so. Welcome back to the second half with this fixture between West Bromwich Albion and Villa Rocket. West Brom currently 1-0. Marcus Harrison, the difference between the sides. Will we see something different in this second half? Now joined by my co-commentator, who's stuffing his face
with keto peanuts.
Amy has a nice connection to mount the pressure on West Bromwich Albion, but just slips out of play for a goal kick.
Just wide, Chris Word for a little bit there.
Gordon with the kick in, finds Harrison, just tries to let it go through to Brad Bates on this left-hand side. That's a lovely connection there from Daniel Kay, but no one really advanced enough for Villa Rockets to make it count.
No. Again, Kay has a very, very strong kick. Oh, well played, Marcus.
Bates finds Harrison, intercepted by Kay, who does well. Amy takes over to find Kay again.
Coming off Harrison's chair for a Villa Rockets kick-in.
Harrison did well there to limit the options for Kay. There wasn't any clear option for him to take. Amy Lee Julian intercepted by Brad Bates, who advances, is met by Bubba on the edge of the penalty box. Can he wrap his chair around? Just evades him and goes to Chris Gordon. He's got the option of Bates here. Just switches sides with Gilbert. And Gilbert goes to a more central role. Always rotating to give their teammates space. So some healthy contact there with Gordon. And it looks like it'll go the way of Villa Rockets.
I think the fact that Gordon walked away from that one without turning back, he knew what was going on.
Yeah. Barbara did well there to maintain his position. Kay to take, met by Harrison straight away. Doesn't really know where the ball is. He's played it into the path of Marcus Harrison. Chris Gordon just a few metres off the pace there. Allows that 2-on-1. He's not too happy about it.
The referee's been very tight on 2-on-1s again this game, like most referees seem to be doing.
Daniel Kay to take. Summer Rice just in front. Amy Lee Julian just on the left. Bubba just behind. Amy's just trying to get her chair in front of Brad Bates. But he goes with the option of Summer. It just flicks up between Summer Rice's and Harrison's chair, but the referee allows it to continue. The ball's just trapped between the two chairs. Harrison does well to keep it in, maintains the pressure, and that's maybe a little bit aggressive of Summer Rice as the chairs.
She's got to be careful because that's the second or third time I think she's going to get a card for that.
She does. She's seen a yellow card, the first of the game.
Yeah, unfortunate.
I think there's not too many protests from Summer Rice herself. I think she realised she was a bit too forceful.
Yeah.
A sly smirk from the number 9. But that's the player she is. She's aggressive, and that's what makes her effective most of the time. It's just managing that and not going overboard, maintaining and controlling your emotions.
Yeah. And that was well defended by Amy there, not giving Gilbert the room to manoeuvre, to turn his chair around.
Bubba and Dan Kay doing superbly well here. And again, that's another 2-on-1 infringement against West Bromwich Albion. That's Chris Gordon and Gilbert. He's calling Gilbert to utilise all the space here on this wing, not to allow that 2-on-1. He had a few feet to play with, and that is the difference between a 2-on-1 and not a 2-on-1. Summer Rice needs to be careful there. Some healthy contact. She backs off. Another bit of healthy contact between Brad Bates and Amy Lee Julian on this left-hand side. As Chris Gordon tries to pick out Harrison, does so, gets it back, and a superb goal.
Well-worked goal.
Lovely 1-2 football between Chris Gordon and Marcus Harrison there. And Chris Gordon with a lovely finish to make it 2-0 to really stamp their authority in the game. It looks like we're going to get a substitution straight away now. They've got that 2-goal buffer. Well, actually looks like we're getting that adjustment from Villa Rockets as Patel comes on in place of Summer Rice. I think the coaches of Villa Rockets realise that she's on that yellow card and she's still maintaining that aggression. They don't want to go down to 3 players or lose her for any future fixtures today or tomorrow. So maybe a sensible decision. Let's see if Patel, typically a goalkeeper for Villa Rockets, what sort of impact he can have. And Dan Kay just lets that run out for a kick in. He's got Amy just in front of him. Can he get Patel involved for the first time of the game? They have to chase the game now if they want anything from it. They did well to secure a point against Manchester United early after being 2-0 down. Can they do the same here? Just shows they have that mentality, irrelevant of the scoreline.
Yeah,
they're always battling.
Villa are playing some good football. They're being aggressive when they have to be.
Oh, Brad Bates tries to squeeze it between Kay and Bubba there. But they had a healthy coming together to reduce the risk. Chris Gordon with an absolutely sensational pass over to Gilbert. It's very congested in this defensive half at the moment. Got to be careful with the 2-on-1s. There's 2 Villa players really close together. Marcus Harrison and Bates are close together. If that ball was to advance any further. Bates, spin kick, finds Harrison, tries to find that far post.
Great stop by Kay.
Well cut out by Kay and see out by Amy. And it goes out for a West Brom ball.
I think West Brom are just turning the screws a little bit at the moment.
Yet to make any substitutions, West Brom, so it'll be interesting to see who they bring on and who they utilise off the bench. As we said, there's quality on there, there's match winners on that bench. Now they've got that 2-goal buffer. Will they experiment or will they wait for hopefully a 3rd goal before changing the system? Bubba with the goal kick. chooses to try and find Danke, but well intercepted by Brad Bates there.
Well in there.
And Bubba advances, met by Chris Gordon. Some healthy contact and the advantage is given for Chris Gordon. It's a free kick for West Bromwich Albion.
Yeah, Bubba, unfortunately, the ball moved forward, and as he was swinging in for the ball, hit Chris Gordon's chair, and has given the free hit.
Matthew Gilbert needs to drop deep, give Brad Bates the space. Bates will want a goal here. I know he's always chasing that next victory, that next goal. He's never content with just a victory. He always wants to push himself to get that little bit more out of a game.
Again, though, Kay was there. He popped out to intercept the ball.
That's well, such lovely control from Gordon on this near side. Looks like we're going to get a substitution for the first time from West Bromwich Albion as Lewis Harris comes on in place of Matthew Gilbert. Very bright player, Lewis Harris. Interesting to see what impact he can have off the bench. Harris, first involvement. Kick into Harrison. Nice healthy connection from Harris. Advances the ball. He finds Bates on his far side, but can't quite find the goal or the return pass to Harrison.
No, Bates' return ball there was not a very good ball. Didn't hit it correct squarely with his chair.
In certainly the first few seconds, it looks like Chris has given Lewis Harris the responsibility of that main central man. He's dropped a bit deeper. So interesting to see what Lewis can do. Very versatile, can play on the wing, can play centrally.
Yep. Again, Lewis making the step up from the third team to the second team, the first team, if you like, in the last couple of years. So hasn't played too much football, but he's showing enough for Chris to warrant the step up.
Another one to watch out in Belfast in 2 weeks' time as he travels with England, the England development squad, taking on development squads from Ireland, Northern Ireland and Scotland. One of the key players in that squad. So
he said earlier today that he's really looking forward to getting amongst it and showing people that how he can play and the level he can play up to.
Just to know that the Home Nations tournament in Belfast, taking place in 2 weeks' time, will be streamed live on the EPFA Facebook and YouTube pages, so keep an eye out for that. Be some really exciting fixtures. Likewise with the Home Nations tournament with the senior side in May.
Very much looking forward to. Apparently they sell Guinness over there. Did you know that?
I do like a Guinness every now and again. Never been to Ireland though, so I'll have to have my first Irish Guinness.
I think you'll see or feel and taste a remarkable difference of the ones you get in the UK.
Yeah. Bates here, going to try and squeeze it over the line. Met by Bubba. The pressure's mounting now. Harris has been lively since his introduction. As Harrison finds him, back to Harris.
Again, Lewis putting himself about quite a lot already. Harris putting himself a lot already since he's been on. Probing deep into the middle half.
They certainly make the commentary team work. Harris to Harrison.
Oh no.
Can be a tongue twister every now and again. Harris finds Gordon. Harris can't quite pick out one of his teammates. But the pressure mounting.
Probably got in the way of that one again.
He's been involved in everything since his introduction as Lewis Harris. Will Chris try and find him from this kick in, or will he look to Bates or Harrison?
I think that's a tried and trusted method of this, guys.
Oh, got to be careful there. He's done superbly well there to get the better of Bubba in that Villa defensive box. And Gordon just sizing up his option, does well to pick out Harrison. Back to Gordon. Amy's there to just limit the space that the two have. But he's done well, and Harris is superb from Amy Lee Julian there.
Some of the passing was superb there. Gordon who pushed up. Bates dropped back and picked up the ball.
Credit to Amy Lee Julian there, so just cutting out the danger. We've gone from a real defensive, resolute display from Villa, constant attack from West Brom, and now a possible chance for Villa.
Definitely.
She's got Kay just in front, Patel to the right. Would like a bit more direction on that.
Yeah, the ball was a bit come inside a bit too much to give Marcus Harrison a chance to come and knock it out.
She has another go at it. Kay snugly between Gordon and Harris. She's going to try and find Patel at the back post, but Chris Gordon experienced enough to see it out initially. Patel with one of his first involvements in the game. Maintains the pressure, but Harrison comfortable in these situations. Maintains his calm nature. And he still with the ball. You spoke about that dribbling ability. He's shown it in this game.
Yeah.
And that'll be interesting to see which way that goes, because
controversial.
I didn't know where that was. I think Kaz was in a better position than us sitting down to see that.
I'm not quite sure. I would agree with my co-commentator on that one. I think that ball did touch Bubba's chair when but obviously Kaz was behind the chair, so wouldn't have seen it. And as commentators, we do not get involved with these decisions that the referees make.
We stay well clear.
Very much well clear.
There's a reason myself and Brian don't officiate games. I'm not brave enough for the abuse from players. West Brom maintaining their pressure. Harris just having a little look about. Harrison snugly between Patel and Bubba in the middle. Goes out to the far right hand side. Can they work it over to Bates here? Harris. It's a bit of a miss kick there, but they make the most of it. Bates finds it, and it just bounces off the top of Amy Lee Julian's bumper.
I don't think she knew much about that, to be
No,
fair.
it was at such a high pace.
Here we go, more substitutions being made now.
Brad Bates leaves the field of play. We see Barris in will come on in his spot. Knowing Brad, he'll be delighted with a potential 3 points here, but would have wanted that goal. Lewis Harris getting to Amy Lee Julian, finds Barris for his first involvement. Full 180 kick, finds the bumper of. He's done it a second one, he's done well there, and Harris tries to drill it over to Harrison in this far left-hand corner.
Amy again getting in the way, making a nuisance for herself, breaking up the attacks.
Harris picks out Harrison, back to Harris, over to Barris. Some healthy contact. Bit overzealous from the West Brom man there, and it goes to a Villa Rockets free kick.
It's sometimes really hard when you see these guys winding up for these kicks. The follow through is very slight, but it makes a lot of noise, and I think referees will always give that against the player.
Dan Kay with the kick. Patel, Amy Lee Julian, met by Harris. Can he wrap his chair around to maintain the attacking pressure? Got Chris Gordon just in a deeper position, who he does find, who tries to find Barris at the back post. It's unfortunate not to make more of that opportunity. Again, that was a healthy 50-50 in my eyes, so. And the referee thinks the same. Goes out for a kick in that Harris takes, tries to go for goal straight from the kick in.
Don't think Mr. Gordon will be too impressed with that. You can't put a ball through a chair. You might have heard that expression once or twice, but it still counts.
Gordon drops deep to allow Harrison the opportunity to get in the box. Barrisino at the back post, marked by Lee Julian, but Bubba sees out the initial danger. Harrison's in a very good position here to maintain the pressure. Be careful about positioning. He's just going to try and creep it further and further towards that goal line. He's got Lewis Harris in a nice position on the edge of the box, but well marked by Patel. as it stands. Bubba's chair positioning is great from this angle, limiting the options, and that just comes off the front of Patel's chair to go out for a corner right in front of us.
To be fair, it is like a game of chess, isn't it? When it comes up with these players one-on-one. They tap away at the ball, trying to get the last deflection before it goes up for a corner.
Harrison and Harris have both switched positions. Harrison is in a superb position here, and it could be a real chance. Sees it onto Barris. Back to Harrison. Cleared off the goal line by Bubba. Well, they've put up a wall. Harrison will have to go round it. He can't go through it.
Exactly.
And Bubba
straight out of the coach's manual.
You've got to try and fit as many cliches in as possible, Bright. This is the commentary game.
Again, Marcus using the chair to come off to win the free kick. The kick-in, sorry. But you know what they say, Ryan, don't you?
What did they say, Bri?
It's a funny old game, this football.
It is. Got just over a minute left. It looks like West Brom will see this victory out and extend that margin over Aspire for the first time in the season.
Yes.
Just puts all that more pressure on the fixture between Aspire and West Brom in the 4th or 5th weekend of Premiership football, as well as the importance of goal difference.
Certainly is.
Because if Aspire are to get anything out of that game, if they're to beat West Bromwich Albion, they will be joint on points. But as it stands, I think...
Well played, Marcus Harrison. He sold a dummy there, I'm afraid, that he went to hit the ball, pulled his chair away, and Kay couldn't move right away, giving away a corner.
Harris is going to try and get in a good position.
Yep.
They switch over.
The strength of Harris.
It's good communication from Harris.
Oh, no. Chris is over.
Chris has overruled it, and Harris is going to go for goal straight away. Just come off the back of Kay's chair. That's unlucky. Well defended by Villa Rockets there. Can they have another bite at it? Take this. Chris is just saying that he wants to speed it up. He's done well to find Harris. He finds. Tries
just outside the back
tries
post.
to find Barris at the back post, but unfortunately can't do so. And that will be one of the last involvements of the game. So, Bryce, we close the final whistle. We're going to push you for your man of the match, or woman of the match, sorry.
Well, to be fair, if I was looking from a Villa point of view, I think Amos played really well today. Unfortunately, Summer went off and she had the yellow card, but Amos played really well. But I think if you look at the West Brom team, I think I would have to go for Chris Gordon.
To be honest, I was going to say the same. You can't ignore what Marcus Harrison did in that game. Nope. Always pressuring.
Yes.
Some fantastic advancements up the pitch. He got one of the goals and an assist for the other. But Chris Gordon,
he's just overall a really good manager, a really good coach, and he can read the game so well, and he passes the information on. And I think the team you're playing against just doesn't have a clue sometimes what he's doing.
No, huge congratulations to West Bromwich Albion as they win 2-0 against Villa Rockets.
What's that one feel like? Is that hot?
Following you around.
As long as you don't like you got last time, it's alright.
Well, no, actually, funnily enough, what just happened was I said, which side do you want? And I went, oh, yeah, I'll do that side. You really killed Jack earlier.
Oh, yeah, the ball. Not well, mate, not well.
Hello everyone and welcome back to this muscular dish for UK Premiership fixture between Newcastle and Northern Thunder. The Battle of the Geordies should be a really interesting fixture. Newcastle have been superb all season. Thunder also, but currently a glaring omission from Ed Common, who misses this weekend, unfortunately. We always see that make a difference within this fixture. Just to run you through the team lineups. For Northern Thunder, they've just got the 4 players this weekend in Matty Harrison, Sam Smith, Jack Maxwell, and the Scotsman Logan Mitchelson in goal. Newcastle United a bit more stacked in terms of their personnel. Got Lee Armstrong, recently called up to the England Power Chair football training camp at Lilleshall. Be exciting to see him in action today. We've got Ollie Crawshaw, who's been absolutely sensational so far in the Premiership. Not out of place, considering it's his first year in the top division. So he's one to watch. That's the number 4 for Newcastle. Number 7 is Rob Thompson. And in net, you've got Jessica Moat. They've got 3 substitutes on the bench, Newcastle, today. In Georgia Moat, Aaron Guthrie, and Albie Morris. So they've got options to call on if they need them. But a really exciting side so far. Been really hard to beat. As we look at the table, Newcastle have played 10. Only managed to win 3 of the 10 fixtures, but drawn 5 and only been beaten twice, which shows how difficult it is to break this side down. Northern Thunder played 10, won 6, drawn 2, lost 2. So it'll be interesting to see how this game fares today. Thunder succumbed to only their second defeat of the season earlier this morning against West Bromwich Albion Throssels. An Amy Wharton goal separating the side, so they'll want to bounce back here against their North East rivals. As they're just preparing to get underway. So teams are just warming up, ready for kickoff. Delighted to say that I'm joined by England and West Brom player Marcus Harrison to oversee this game between Newcastle and Northern Thunder. How are you, Marco?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. You okay, Brian?
Yes, very well, thank you.
Looking forward to this game.
What are your predictions? I was just saying that obviously Thunder, without one of their key players, are definitely weaker.
North East derby.
It is, both Newcastle based.
Think it'll be a close game.
I'm going to push you for a prediction early on. What do you think?
Score as well.
Yep.
I'm going to say 2-0 Newcastle.
Really?
Yeah. At the missing head. I was speaking to Sam before. He said he's not got much experience. He's not got much experience playing middle. But we'll see what happens.
We certainly will. As the coin toss for Steve Baxter. I'm not sure what side it's gone in favour of. Looks like Thunders. And they'll look like they'll have
Thunders.
the kick-off.
What's happening here?
Not sure.
Thunders.
Just like to say congrats on a fantastic performance against Villa earlier.
Good performance.
Important 3 points to get, considering Aspire dropped points against Leeds. So you've really asserted your spot at the top of the table.
Yeah, that was a massive game for us. It's good to get the 3 points. Got to keep it up now.
Yeah. Just getting the okays with the goalkeepers. Jessica Moat in the Newcastle net. And Logan Mitchelson in the Thunder. And straight away, Crawshaw, a bright young talent in the Newcastle side, pressures Mitchelson in goal.
Was really impressed with him when he played against us.
I was going to say, have West Brom faced Newcastle
Yeah.
yet? He's a really bright talent.
I've never seen him play before. And then as soon as I played against him, I thought, like, he's going to be good.
I was talking to him earlier this morning. He's only 12 years old. That puts into perspective. When you're playing with people that are 2, sometimes 3 times older than you, puts into perspective how much of a talent he is.
I remember when I was that age. It feels like a lifetime ago.
Matty Harrison just tries to work it past Lee Armstrong, but Armstrong resolute in his defence.
Thunder's ball.
Looks like it's gone out for a Thunderball, which Sam Smith will take. He's got Jack Maxwell in the middle and Matty Harrison just in front. Just sees its way out for a Newcastle ball, which Crawshaw will take. He's got options of Armstrong in front. You was at the England camp a few weeks ago. How did Lee Armstrong fare there?
Yeah, played well. All the lads did, to be fair. Yeah, he slotted him right in, really. I think watching Dan's performance
Earlier
against
today,
Spire,
sensational.
I think you could say they all picked up a lot from the weekend away. But yeah.
Certainly with Dan to give John the trouble he did in that game and get the better of him on a number of occasions.
He could have scored a few. There was one just before half time where the winger could have reverse spinned it.
Yeah.
But, both teams play well.
Armstrong and Crawshaw just working the ball between them to try and find some space. Unfortunately, rolls out a play for a goal kick, but Newcastle with the early pressure. Interesting. Sam Smith's obviously taken the role of that central player, vacated by Ed Common.
It's going to be interesting to see how he adapts in that position over the weekend.
I'm right in saying he's typically a wide player, both for Thunder and England, isn't he?
Yeah,
So
that's true.
Rob Thompson has a go there at goal. Logan in the Thunder net does well, and Sam Smith just sees it out. As we've just said, just keep an eye on his performance today. He's typically a wide player, but he's filling the void of Ed Common
Doing well
currently.
so far.
Yep. They'll be frustrated with their 1-0 loss to Throssels this morning, so they'll want to end the day with 3 points. As Thompson comes over to take this kick in with Armstrong just in front, who he finds, but just can't get the timing on his turn. And Logan sees the ball out, met by Thompson. Crawshaw with a nice connection to the ball, but met by Mitchelson, who advances up the pitch to find Matty Harrison.
Extra pass back to the middleman.
Yeah.
Try to force it to the other winger.
Thompson to take. Finds Crawshaw. Little battle with Sam Smith. Thompson just needs to be aware of his space in there. Limiting the space.
Done well.
Letting the linesman know the whole board left the field of play. He's got the option of Lee Armstrong or Ollie Crawshaw on the wing. He opts the latter to find Lee Armstrong in the middle. He's done well to bring that down after caught a bit of air the ball. And Maxwell and Thompson.
Battle off the outside.
Smith is met by Crawshaw, who does well to limit the space. Steve backs to the referee, just felt that Smith was a bit too forceful in the challenge there, and Ollie Crawshaw's done well to win a free kick in a dangerous position. Thompson finds Armstrong, but Logan calmly dribbles it out the box. Whether they're going to take that again for some reason. Thompson just ushering over Lee Armstrong to give him his instructions. Thompson straight to Crawshaw, who fires it over the goal and squeezes it in between Sam Smith and Logan Mitchelson to put them 1-0 up. We were talking about the quality of Crawshaw, and it showed there,
It's
Marcus.
Great finish. Right in between both of them. First chance of the game. Clinical.
Really is a bright talent.
Yeah.
We're
Very.
starting to see flourish in the Premiership. Very bright future.
It's just getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah.
The league, isn't it? No, there's no easy games anymore. Anyone can take points off anyone, can't they?
Yeah.
It's going for a strength to strength.
And Crawshaw's just come over to do his defensive duties as well. He's worked the ball well. Lee Armstrong will take the kick in.
He's done well there.
He has done extremely well. Has to be careful not to rush things. He's just allowed a little bit of an opportunity for Thunder here.
Tried to force the pass, didn't he?
Smith fires it across to Matty Harrison, who tries to find Maxwell.
Oh,
Maxwell can't squeeze it in between Moat and Armstrong there. Very open game at the moment. Thunderball want a quick reply to Newcastle's early goal. Maxwell hasn't got any options on his left-hand side, so I'm not sure where he's going to go. He's going to try and work it down to Matty Harrison or Sam Smith on the edge. That's easier said than done, as Newcastle set up defensively.
oh.
Sam Smith fires it over to Matty Harrison, who squeezes it in between Moat and Armstrong to equalise. Thoughts on that?
Great team goal from Thunder. Good finish from Matty Harrison. Coming inside and front bumper it into the gap. Rather than just waiting for the ball to come to him, he's attacked the space.
Yeah.
And finished it.
And this is turning into a good game, the Battle of the Geordies.
There's my prediction out the window. So, you know,
You can never rule goals out this Thunder side. I didn't get to watch them this morning because I was on the other pitch. I didn't see how they fared against West Bromwich Albion Throstles. Obviously, they lost 1-0. But
yeah, I didn't see it myself.
I think if any team was to lose a player the stature of Ed Common, you're gonna see it in their performances.
Big miss. Huge miss.
But they're still very competitive here. It's very finely balanced between the two sides. Armstrong does well there. Goes the way of Thunder. And Matty Harrison will come over to take. Going to pick out Jack Maxwell. Just interesting decision to let it run straight to Lee Armstrong. Harrison into Maxwell. Tries to find Smith. Smith wasn't advanced enough to receive any sort of attacking pass. They need to be careful, the two Thunder players here, not to get too close to each other. Well worked by Maxwell.
Oh.
Good patience. A little bit of frustration realising it come off the back of his chair and there's not much he could do about it.
Give up on the ball a bit early.
Yeah,
Gotta
I would
get
say
that in.
the same. You saw his frustration,
Yeah.
but there was still time to...
I'm guilty of that.
You say you're guilty of maybe just
Yeah.
dropping your head a little bit when you think it hasn't gone your way.
When you think it's gone, and then you turn around and the ball's still in play.
Yeah.
You don't realise.
Mitchelson with the goal kick. Finds Smith. Tries to see it over to Maxwell. But Armstrong does well to intercept. Maxwell's well over to Smith.
Great from Sam.
Crawshaw providing that pressure, keeping Sam Smith on his toes. Done extremely
Good
well
foot,
there.
lads. Great from the keeper. On the front foot.
And there's a chance here for Thunder. Be careful. Be careful not to allow that 2-on-1.
Good advantage.
You need to be careful who's in the box. And Logan is advanced way up the pitch to try and get a goal.
Corner. Should be a corner.
A little bit of confusion at what it is.
Just give a corner.
I think it certainly looked like a corner, but the referee's just liaising with the players. Maxwell's come over to take. He's got the option of Smith in the middle. Harrison at the back post. Crawshaw's going to want to get a little bit closer to Sam Smith here. Not to allow him. He's just got free rein in the middle now, which is an interesting decision. And they're trying to work it, and it's just going to go just past the left-hand post. It's an opportunity there.
Really dangerous. I think Thunder will be playing for more corners after that.
I think as the game progresses, we'll see more experience from Thunder.
Yeah, definitely.
Obviously, they've always battled at the top end of the tables, and Newcastle are only competing in their first Premiership this season.
Exactly.
So even without Ed Common, there's a lot of experience in this Thunder side. So they'll be patient. They won't force anything. But we know the quality that this Newcastle side possesses. As Thompson fires it up the pitch, but Maxwell intercepts. And Armstrong's now got an opportunity if he can pick out Crawshaw on the right. Smith does well. We're talking about that experience. He's shown it there. Did that touch the back of Maxwell's chair? It did. He's showing a few signs of frustration, Maxwell.
Just got to keep his head. But they've had the better chances.
Thompson to Crawshaw. Not the best of touches. Gives it straight back to Smith. Just hugging this sideline. But Thompson's there to meet him. Gone from one side all the way to the other. The battle between them and back again. Oh. Looks like he's giving it in favour of Thunder. Little consultation between the linesman and the ref.
Great quick throw in.
It's an enthusiastic wave of the flag from Adam McAvoy there to award the kick into Newcastle United, which Lee Armstrong will take. Can they get a goal before half time to put them in the lead?
Better quality from Crawshaw here.
Crawshaw
Oh, lucky.
can't squeeze it past Smith or Logan.
Oh, that's a great ball.
Oh, and Thompson just can't get that front
He's got
connection.
to score. Stay in reverse. And that's a goal.
Wasn't 5 metres. Just pushing Rob Thompson back. Few words from the referee to make sure he is that 5 metre distance away from the kick in. So Matty Harrison has another go at it. Got Jack Maxwell just in front, and he didn't even enter the field of play. So it goes straight to a Newcastle kick in. Will be taken by Rob Thompson. Can Crawshaw just let's see it over to Armstrong? Wasn't enough on the ball to do so, and Smith advances.
Touch was a bit too heavy.
Yeah. Crawshaw tries to find Thompson, who does so, but Leon Armstrong couldn't get the direction on the ball to advance up the wing. He'll get the pass back to Thompson. It amounts in a Northern Thunder kick in.
Two on one.
16 minutes played. Northern Thunder 1, Newcastle United 1. It's a close first half, though.
Yeah, it's great. End to end. Both teams have had chances.
Still very much in the balance, and this is going to go out for a
Right.
kick in favour of Northern Thunder in a very good position. Sam Smith just getting his position at the top of the box. Maxwell just on the other side. Crawshaw's a little bit closer to Sam now, not giving him that option he had last time.
Good defence.
And Jessica Moat in the Newcastle net does well to...
Sam's got a good block here. If he can get a straight in front.
Yeah.
Jack needs to go a bit wider.
Harrison straight over to Maxwell, but well intercepted, and they're going to attack now. Logan's put under pressure by Crawshaw. Going to try and creep the ball round him, but Mitchelson looks comfortable.
That throw-in's got to be taken a lot quicker. You can't hold the block forever.
Yeah.
Once they got the block, they need to take it as quick as they can.
Harrison with the kick in for Thunder. Finds Sam Smith. He
Right,
just tries to creep in between Armstrong and Crawshaw and does so.
good advantage.
A little bit of communication between Armstrong and Thompson here. Getting a few instructions in as we approach the half-time interval. Very finely balanced still at 1-1. Armstrong will probably look to Crawshaw. And he does. Can he find Thompson? Met by a resolute Sam Smith. And he's done
Really
done
well.
he's done well there, but I think his options are limited with that pace on the ball.
Yeah.
And as suspected, too much pace or the ball roll out for a goal kick. Mitchelson with the goal kick. Finds Smith. Can't quite get the angle to let it
Half time.
advance up the pitch. And that is half-time between the Battle of the Geordies.
Great game so far.
It is a really brilliant game. We saw an early goal from a set piece. Rob Thompson into Ollie Crawshaw, who snuck it past the defensive Thunder players. And a bit later on, an equaliser from Thunder to keep it finely balanced. Join us for the second half shortly. Welcome back to this second half between Newcastle and Northern Thunder. Currently finally balanced at 1-1. Be interesting to see what can happen in this half. Once again, I'm joined by Marcus Harrison.
Hopefully more of the same from the first half. That was a great game. A great half.
Will Thunder's experience be able to see them over the line? Or will the exciting talents in this Newcastle side be too good for Thunder?
Good kickoff.
Trying to pen them in nice and early on Newcastle. Maxwell will probably look for Sam Smith here.
Like to see Crawshaw tighter on Sam. Yeah, like that.
Yeah. Limit that space,
Bit
limit the
tighter.
options.
Yeah.
Crawshaw's right there.
He's done well.
Half-time substitution has seen Rob Thompson lead the field of play for Newcastle United and being replaced by Albie Morris, another young talent coming through the ranks at Newcastle. Number 5 just on this right-hand side with the orange rear bumper, one to watch out for. Sam Smith just drills it down the line, trying to find Harrison, but it's well intercepted by Lee Armstrong.
Read it well.
He did. He tried to find Morris on this right-hand side. Smith for Harrison, back to Smith, drills it up to Maxwell, who sets out Harrison. There's too much pace on the ball, but that's the right idea.
Great bit of play.
It's unfortunate. That's the quality this Thunder side have. They can get it up the pitch in a matter of seconds. If Harrison had a yard or two more pace, we could have seen a real chance there.
Maybe in reverse. Could do a reverse punter.
Yeah. Armstrong comes up against Harrison. Whole ball still there. And Armstrong comes out.
Done well to recover.
Morris's first involvement is unfortunate.
Unlucky.
A little bit of lack of concentration. He'll want to iron that out for his next opportunity, his next chance, his next involvement. Only a young lad. Got plenty of time to develop. Just a few little bit of communication with him and Crawshaw. Just telling him to take his time. As we see Smith come over for the kick in. Fires it up. But Crawshaw does well to intercept. Straight on that pressure. Morris needs to be alert. The 2-on-1 here. Vacates his position on this left-hand side and takes up position on the right. Crawshaw's done extremely well there to find Armstrong.
Oh, lucky.
And it's just gone between the backs of Smith's and Crawshaw's chair into the side of Mitchelson. That's really well worked by
Needs to be more
Crawshaw.
patient in the corner. Try and win a corner off the goalkeeper there.
Crawshaw fires it
great
across,
ball.
finds Morris at the back post with a superb pass. Can't quite make the most of it, and Logan Mitchelson advances right up the pitch. And Lee Armstrong in reverse just intercepts, trying to pick his pocket. It's a nice little battle pursuing between the two of them here. The ball has to be rolling between them, which it continues to do so. As soon as it locks up, we'll probably see a set ball. But it's just come off the back of Lee Armstrong's chair. That's a lovely battle between the two of them.
Done really well there to fund the goalkeeper to win the throw-in.
Logan's been a really bright talent for Thunder since coming down from Scotland. Shows the quality there is in other countries in the UK. Will you be attending the tournament in May?
In Ireland?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Good stuff. Morris with a involvement. Can't quite see it over.
Looking forward to it.
It'll be good, certainly if there's a few new faces
Yeah, definitely.
in that England setup.
Yeah, definitely.
And I suppose we don't really know. We certainly know what Ireland, Northern Ireland and Scotland are capable of.
Yeah,
Their development across the last few years, I think, we don't really know. Obviously, you competed against Ireland and Northern Ireland at European Championships. Never really had that fixture with Scotland yet.
yeah.
A fairly new team. But when you've got players like Logan and Kieran Burns over on the pitch to our left, both competing at the Premiership, shows there is quality in that team.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be really interesting to see how they play and also how Northern Ireland and Ireland have improved.
They've definitely got some bright talents in that side.
Yeah, definitely.
Well intercepted by Lee Armstrong there to cut out Sam Smith's potential pass to Harrison. Battle's still there. Crawshaw's giving his instructions. Very verbal in the middle. Really great to see.
Gotta go back there. Back to the middleman.
Crawshaw's got the better of that battle with Matty Harrison, and now he's coming up against Sam Smith. He's done very, very well. Just see it back to Lee Armstrong. Bit too close to each other, unfortunately, and it results in a 2-on-1 in the favour of Northern Thunder. Smith's a take. Finds Maxwell. Over to Harrison. Tries to work it back to Maxwell. Back to Harrison. Just comes off the... Oh, interesting. From where I'm sitting, it looked like it come off the back of Lee Armstrong's chair, but it must have taken a nick off of Harrison.
Gotta play it back there to the middleman.
Yeah.
The extra pass. Look out, Newcastle.
Crawshaw finds Morris. Can't quite guard the ball, but is still maintaining. It looks like it's going to go straight out for a goal kick. It's unfortunate he couldn't keep up with it there. Still very finely balanced.
Could go either way.
Logan Mitchelson finds Smith. Tries to weave it past Lee Armstrong. And he's done well. He's got Maxwell to his right, Matty Harrison to his left. Crawshaw still battling away. Finds Lee Armstrong, who's just going to let that come off the bump, Sam Smith's bumper, to go out for a Newcastle kick in. Crawshaw. Oh. Smith can't find one of his players, goes straight into Lee Armstrong. Maxwell resumes his duties. Yet to really test Aaron Guthrie in the goal of Newcastle, and Guthrie does extremely well there to keep Matty Harrison at bay. Pressure's mounting. Newcastle will want to see this out as soon as possible. Harrison drills it across. Guthrie in Armstrong's chairs. Blocking any attempt to get it in at that near post. Harrison goes a bit wider, try and find Smith, but
Corner.
comes off the back of Lee Armstrong's chair for a corner. Starting to put the pressure on now.
Yeah, starting to get on top. Be interesting to see how Newcastle defend this.
Harrison comes over once again to take it. Smith in the middle, Maxwell at the back post. Tries to fire it all the way across to Maxwell, but it's well intercepted by Armstrong. Can Morris keep it in? He does. Armstrong can't quite get the pace on it initially, but does well. And Crawshaw couldn't do much with the pass he was given. Smith.
That was great defending from Lee on the corner.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to get a substitution for Newcastle as the young talent Ollie Crawshaw comes off. Jessica Moat enters the field of play. She was utilised in goal earlier, so it'll be interesting to see her impact outfield. She'll be called into action straight away here as Matty Harrison comes over to take the kick in. Guthrie does well.
Crawshaw come off.
Yeah, I think he's a very bright talent. I think they're kind of setting up defensively now to try and secure a point.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I can see Crawshaw coming off.
He had the beating of everyone in the dribble.
Agreed. So, from what I can see, are they adjusting just adjusting Guthrie's goalkeeper jersey as he enters the field of play? Yep, I think they're just setting up a bit defensive now. Cautious. This could be dangerous. It could invite the pressure from Thunder. It's a very experienced underside.
Logan dealt with that really well. Put his team on the attack.
Yeah.
The front foot.
Maxwell's done superbly well there. Going to try and creep it between Armstrong and Guthrie. Yeah.
Oh.
Logan's advanced way up the pitch with Sam Smith dropping into that goalkeeper position. Can Logan Mitchelson do anything? He's directed it towards the Newcastle goal. Very close at the moment. This is pretty much a completely changed side to the one that Newcastle started with. With Jessica now outfield instead of in goal, but no Rob Thompson, no Ollie Crawshaw.
Thunder are starting to dominate as it goes on.
Yeah. Armstrong tries to find Moat. Morris tries to find the gap between Smith and Mitchelson over to Moat, but can't do so. I just don't think they had that attacking threat that they did when they had Rob and Crawshaw on.
Definitely not.
I wonder if Thompson or Crawshaw will manage to get back on in this second half as Armstrong comes over to take. Down to Morris, tries to squeeze it in that gap. There was a little gap there, but Sam Smith's alert to it and closes it.
Cheeky attempt.
Looks like we're getting a substitution. Has he called it off? He did initially call for it, but I think they're going to hold fire for the time being. Looks like Rob Thompson's primed to come back on. Be interesting to see who he comes on for. Steve backs to the referee, just making sure the Thunder players are positioned correctly, not to allow any infringements as Jessica Moat comes over to take the corner. She's got Armstrong on the edge of the box and Morris at the back post. She finds Armstrong superbly well, and Morris is there to tap in the ball at the back post. We said that they didn't have much in way of attacking threats, but a superbly worked set piece there puts them 2-1 up.
Brilliant ball from Lee. And Albie just taps it in far post.
Likewise with Jessica's first ball to Lee Armstrong to see it over to Albie Morris.
That first ball is so important.
It really is.
If it's not right, then you can't switch it. There's only so much you can do.
And with 8 minutes to play, Newcastle have taken the lead 2-1 against Northern Thunder. As Sam Smith tries to get things going again for Thunder. Finds Shaq Maxwell with a superb ball. Would have liked to have seen a full rotation there.
Yeah, definitely.
I think it would have generated more power, more accuracy, but the pressure is still there. Slightly frustrating. That was a chance.
This is better from Thunder.
Yeah, they're really taking the game to Newcastle now. But Newcastle can afford to sit back and be a bit more patient, be a bit more reserved. Thunder have to chase this game if they want anything from it. Smith with the kick in. Drives it into the side of Guthrie's chair. Maxwell resumes the attacking phase. And Moat just sees it out well around the halfway line. Looks like we're going to get that substitution we was calling for a minute ago as Albie Morris comes off, and it looks like Crawshaw and Thompson entering the field of play. Guthrie's vacated the goalkeeper jersey, which has been resumed by Lee Armstrong.
I think they're short enough shot now. Going solo at the back.
Yeah. So we've got Lee Armstrong in goal, Jessica Moat just in front, and then we've got Crawshaw and Thompson.
It's going to be interesting if Northern Thunder get a corner. Lee will have to go behind the goal line.
Yeah, I think they'll try and work it up that way in order to get them corners. A lot of their success comes from set pieces. Thompson tries to find, he does well. It's a
Does
2-on-1
really well.
infringement. It looked like Smith and Maxwell. Or was it the Newcastle? No, it was Crawshaw and Moat, I think.
Thought it was the other way.
Yeah, it was very tight. Smith with the free kick. He's got Maxwell just in front. Tries to pick out Harrison. He's opened up the space.
Great save.
But Moat has done superbly well, and it's drilled down the other side of the pitch from one end to the other in a matter of seconds. And now Thompson's pressuring Mitchelson in the goal of Northern Thunder. Crawshaw's going to follow that in. He has to be careful not to allow the 2-on-1. Mitchelson evades the initial pressure.
Two great saves from Newcastle.
And Moat's done extremely well there. 2-on-1 infringement. I'm not sure. I think it must have been Moat and Crawshaw. And it looks like Crawshaw, who's coming off? Crawshaw, who's literally just come back on the field of play, has come straight back off. And Georgia Moat has entered, number 1 for Newcastle United. Smith drives it, tries to drive it into Sam Smith. It's well met by Jessica Moat.
All experienced players on the pitch now for
Yes.
Newcastle.
They're going to want to see this out as we approach the last 5 minutes.
They've all been in this position many times before.
Thompson is probably going to look to Georgia Moat here. On this far left-hand side, he does. She can't get that ball back to him. But he's going to maintain the pressure. Has to switch sides with her sister.
Does really well.
And Sam Smith getting frustrated as the clock's ticking down. He can't get out of his half. He's got a kick in here to try and push his Thunder side up the pitch.
Two on one.
It's another 2-on-1 infringement against Newcastle.
From the going all out the
3
time.
minutes to go. Newcastle United currently leading Northern Thunder by 2-1. They're going to try and work it back in. Armstrong has to position his chair. Harrison had the
Save.
space at the back post to try and squeeze it in. Armstrong and Thompson are alert to it. Nervous moments here for the Newcastle United fans
1-1.
up on the balcony. But thankfully, they're relieved of a little bit of pressure as Mitchelson and Harrison get too close to each other and allow that 2-on-1 infringement. Seconds left in this game. This will be a huge win for Newcastle United
Massive.
in the Battle of the Geordies.
Lee wins the throw-in.
As Rob comes over to take the kick in, will Albie Morris's goal be the difference between the sides? It certainly will. Roars of jubilation from the balcony and the players. Fantastic result for Newcastle United. And it shows that Northern Thunder, without their star man Ed Common, are struggling to get a foothold in this Premiership weekend.
North East Derby. And the win goes to Newcastle. Great performance from all the players. Solid at the back.
Yeah, a fantastic game overall. Really tight, really competitive. What Derby's all about. But thank you, Marcus,
Thanks for having me.
for joining me in the gantry.
Really enjoyed it.
And we'll see you all soon.
See you soon.
Alright, nice.
Right there. You good? Out. Hello everyone and welcome back to this fixture between Villa Rockets and St George's Knights. I'm delighted to be joined in the gantry by young Dan McClellan. How are you, Dan?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Not bad at all, thank you.
Looks to be a good game.
Yes, it should. Unfortunately, St George's Knights have been depleted by COVID cases within their team. So unfortunately missing 3 of their star players in Lucas Christa, Dylan Kelsall and Harry Summerfield.
And that's something we've seen across the weekend, with Northern Thunder struggling a bit because they've had Ed, who really dominates that team, taken out that squad, and you can see that gap. Sam Smith's done a good job at going in the middle, but it's with the 2 of them, it's such a different dynamic.
Yeah, Marcus Harrison and I were talking when we was commentating on that game that Sam isn't used to playing in that central role, so he's done well to step up. I know they've struggled a little bit with regards to their performances and their results.
But yeah, I watched that Newcastle game, and it was a very good game. It was end-to-end stuff, and yeah, considering they're missing one of their, or probably their star player, they've done a good job there.
So to run through the Villa Rockets team lineup, you've got Amir Ali in goal, you've got Summer Rice, Amy Lee Julian and Daniel Kay.
Strong lineup.
Is a strong lineup. And for St George's Knights, their depleted side consists of Daniel Ball, Reece Lovell and Sam Taylor. Amir Ali does well to push it over to Summer Rice here.
Tries to force it in the goal, but nevertheless, she'll be happy she's won a kick in for the team.
Absolutely.
Villa Rockets obviously started the season very well. Now we're looking to push back up the lead with teams like Northern Thunder and Throssels and Newcastle, all on the same sort of points as them and in and around the same area. So there's still a lot to play for at this point in the season.
Agreed. They'll want to put a bit of distance between them and the lower sides. In Teesside, Sevenoaks and Leeds, there's been a lot of shifting within the table already today, with Leeds getting a fantastic win over Aspire, and Teesside, dominant performance over Sevenoaks. But St George's have been dragged into that relegation scrap and are currently 11th in the league.
They've obviously been unlucky for the time that all these COVID cases have come at, because it's a big sort of crunch time in the season for them, and they really needed all their players to get some good results this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, any side that loses a key player, one key player, it makes a huge difference to the team, which we're seeing with Northern Thunder.
Yeah.
You take 3 key players, 3 absolute first team starters out of your side for a National League weekend.
I think considering that, they're not doing too bad. Obviously they had a big win, a big defeat against Nottingham, but it's what you expect if you've...
And Daniel Kay
and that's a great goal.
works the ball over to the left-hand side and slots it past Reece Lovell in the St George's Knights goal. And
that's I think it's what everyone was expecting, but that is an incredible finish. And Amir Ali did a great job of just getting it down the line, get a bit of power on the flick back.
Agreed.
St George's Knights will be just looking to get the ball up the pitch here, because they can't really do. And I think they're trying their hardest to make the game not too boring, show a bit of attacking, but obviously they don't want to leave the goal hugely open. They don't want a demolition here.
It's that risk versus reward, isn't it? The more men that they commit up the pitch, the more chances Villa will have to...
Amy Lee Julian looking to slot it through the gap. Summer Rice gets some good power on that. Takes it down the line now. Probably Daniel Kay's going to want the flick back. Oh, it's a great ball. Emily Julian latches onto it. He's going to let rip. Oh, and that's unlucky. Just behind where Amy Lee Julian's come from.
This is very good early pressure from Villa Rockets. They've got a good connection between them 3 attacking players.
They're playing quite a high press as well.
Summer Rice and Amy Lee Julian on either wing. Daniel Kay kind of pulling the strings in the middle. He's going to look for Summer Rice here, but Sam Taylor does well to cut it out.
Now it's another kick in for Villa Rockets. It's got to be. They've got to have had at least 5, 6, 7 of these kick-ins in the attacking half this game, and they've made quite good use of them, I think, so far.
Yeah, I agree.
Now 7. St George's Knights. It'll be interesting to see what approach they take to this kick-in, because obviously they want to get the ball up the pitch, but they've not got that wide option on the other side that they'd normally expect to have.
What would you do if you was in St George's Knights' position? Would you try and button down the hatches, keep it as close and as tight as possible, and then maybe look to advance as the game progresses, or would you try and get maybe an early goal and then sit back on that?
I think what I would do is sort of slightly different to what they're doing here. I think I'd sit back for a lot of the game and just play really boring football, and then let Villa come to us and get frustrated. And then once their frustration sort of kicks in, then that's the time that you can strike and maybe score just a sneaky goal.
Some nice aggression there from Bubba in the Villa Rockets attacking half. He's trying to squeeze it past Lovell and Taylor.
Moves out the way.
The goalpost.
Still pushing for it. Takes it down the line, looks to get round it, and he's done well there. Will he go for flick back? No, he keeps going. But is that maybe too much contact?
Yeah, he's got a very aggressive style of play. Has Bubba.
It's a good thing to have, but also you don't want to overdo it too much.
We saw it in the last game that we watched with Villa. Summer Rice is equally an aggressive player, loves to get stuck into a challenge, but she got a yellow card and was eventually brought off as to not allow.
There's penalties for Villa.
So they thought that Sam Taylor was the more aggressive in that challenge. Interesting.
I was a bit confused with what was going on there, but the referee knows best.
With the new penalty rule, the goalkeeper is allowed to.
Danny Kay to score this.
Have you had a chance to take many penalties with the new rule, Dan?
Not really, just a couple in training. But
how have you found them in terms of being able to score them?
Kind of gone from one extreme to the other, in my opinion.
Okay.
Because it was quite hot. It was almost, if you put it in the corner with a nice amount of foul.
It's gone from favouring the attacker.
And he's tucked it away.
Favouring the attacker to favouring the goalkeeper, do you think?
I do think that, because before it's straight on, the keeper can't get much surface area, and also if you put it far in the corner, it's like physically impossible to save. But now I think it's with a goalkeeper like Chris Gordon, he's going to be looking to save most penalties, and we saw it in the Aspire v West Brom game earlier in the season. John Boulding had a penalty saved despite how good of a penalty it might have been.
Yeah.
Villa are really utilising that high goalkeeper role, as you see many of the good Premiership sides using now, because it creates another option up the pitch, and they're pulling it off quite nicely without giving away lots of 2-on-1s, which is something that there's lots of teams to find that a bit tricky, not giving away 2-on-1s. But yeah, they're making a good job of it. And Summer Rice, as we were talking about, showing that she's battling away now.
Gets a bit too close to Amy Lou Julian, I think, to allow that 2-on-1.
Communication just needed to be a bit louder there.
Yeah, because Villa Rockets are so attacking, they're allowed to be so attacking, and they've got that freedom because there's only 3 St George's Knights players, that they're going to be condensed in their attacking half. So 2-on-1s are going to be more common, I think.
And I think that's just a risk they'll be willing to take.
Yeah.
Because, see, like, that's...
They're 2-0 up. They're comfortable.
I think Bubba is not angry, just slightly frustrated, as he felt that Amy Lee Julian should have been slightly higher up the pitch there to receive that front bumper. And then they're looking to play this sort of the two players in the middle, 2 high wingers, and then they'll both be looking to play a front bumper pass out to the wing and convert from there.
Yeah.
And we've seen it again there, and
And
it's a simple goal, great goal. That's how the move works. Simple move. Sometimes the simple things in power chess football work the best.
Yeah, another well-worked goal by Villa Rockets there. There's not going to be too much attacking threat from St George's Knights, so it gives Villa Rockets a little bit of an opportunity to experiment with their style of play and tactics and positioning, line-up, etc. They're not going to want to get complacent. They're going to want to concentrate. They're going to want to sharpen their tools for the tougher games that they have this weekend.
And Villa are really utilising the front bumper pass in this game, which is a skill that can be a lot harder than it looks. But when you master it, it works very well. But now Villa will already be feeling very comfortable. 3-0 lead. They're only about halfway through the season. And they've got a big game tomorrow morning against Newcastle. That will be like a mid-table clash, followed by an even bigger game against Aspire, who they were disappointed by their loss this afternoon, but I think we'll be ready for the challenges of tomorrow.
That's good to hear, and obviously it's good that you're watching this game now and you can kind of try and identify areas of weaknesses in this Villa Rocket side. They're normally very well drilled, and you're not going to want to allow them the same luxury as you did with Leeds earlier. You're going to want to try and get an early goal.
Oh, that's a good ball. See, Dan Kay's having a really good game here, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Quality.
And Reece Lovell does well to just see it out of danger, as Summer Rice did advance in. And
Summer Rice, still quite young. She's improving very quickly at the moment.
This is her
There's
first.
a lot of good young prospects rising at the moment. Just, you've got Ollie Crawshaw and Albie Morris, who we've just seen play well together in Newcastle in that last game.
Yeah.
And Newcastle ended up beating Thunder. Oh, and Summer Rice,
Summer Rice unfortunately can't see it over the line. But yeah, as you were saying, there's a lot of amazing talent in this country at the moment. You're one of the members of the Regional Emergent Talent Programme that the FA run on this pitch at the moment. Summer Rice, and that is another fantastic goal. And Amy Lee Julian will be absolutely over the moon with
how that move's worked out.
Yeah.
And Summer Rice is having a great game as well. Villa are completely controlling the game. And it's almost like a training match for them.
It is. It's sad to see. Like, don't underestimate the ability and the quality of Dylan Kelsall, Lucas Christa and Harry Summerfield are all missing. It certainly wouldn't be this scoreline if them three were here.
I think we could have a good spectacle on our hands if that was the case.
Absolutely. So it's really unfortunate for St George's Knights.
After this weekend, they'll go back to the drawing board. They'll have their members of their team back, and they'll be looking forward to push to stay up for the rest of the season. And I think if they do manage that, if they've obviously got their teammate Dylan Kelsall away, and he's recently been called up to the National Talent Pathway, like the National Development Squad, which is going to Belfast at the start of April. And you can see they're really missing him as he controls that middle part of the park for them, and Christa as well, strong on the wings. But I think they'll feel confident when they come back. They've got a fighting chance of survival.
Absolutely, the quality is there. It's just if they can show it when it really matters in week 4 and week 5, the pressure will be on. If they don't manage to get anything out of today or tomorrow, they'll be very much cemented at the bottom of in the bottom half, the relegation zone of the Premiership.
Certainly. Summer Rice, And she's done well there as a
That's-
power chair footballer. That's quite a hard shot to hit when you open up your chair and you hit that. So she's done well there.
Summer Rice doing well to just assess where Amy Lee Julian is playing, to give her the space and the freedom.
And now is the first time we've really seen St George's Knights on a breakaway attack here this game. And they'll be disappointed with 3 players still to give way to 2-on-1. I think it's
Absolutely.
just quite hard as with just 2 players up the pitch, you can't really build any passing. As they don't really have wingers and a middle player to go through. You can play little 1-2s and then switch the play, whereas they don't have very much width in this team.
Agree completely.
Sunrise takes it down the line. She's not quite able to get around the ball quickly enough.
Bit too much pace on the ball, but
And I've got to mention, Bubba came off out of the goal.
Patel's
And
come
then
in.
Patel came in, but then Ali's come straight back in and swapped with Dan Kay. And I think Dan Kay will come back on, but even if he doesn't, he should be very happy with his performance in this game today.
With
I've not seen any of the other Villa games, but I assume he's done.
with such key games tomorrow, it makes sense to rest him when they can. Obviously,
'cause
this is a certain 3 points, unfortunately, for Villa Rockets, barring a miracle.
Amir Ali obviously was training with England a couple of weeks ago and will be looking always to be an option for the World Cup. So he needs to if he keeps proving himself at nationals and in the cups and things like that, that's the ways he can show that he's material.
Bubba with the kick in. He's got Amy Lee Julian over on this left-hand side.
Go down the line. Will Sunrise take it down the line with her? She goes with it, but she leaves the ball behind.
Daniel Ball's done well, but he's been pickpocketed by
And that's just slightly poor.
Bubba
Amir
again.
Ali's communicated well, but Sunrise was just a bit slow off the mark there.
Lovell sets up for the goal kick. These are sometimes the most dangerous chances for them if they can't get enough power and pace. Positioning on the ball, it invites that pressure from Amir Ali, Summer Rice, and look, he's done it very, as I was just saying, very deep. Daniel Ball couldn't wrap his chair around it, and it's invited that pressure.
In my opinion, there, the best option would have been for Lavelle just to for Ball to sit back quite a bit deeper. Lavelle's just a player, little tapped ball, and then Ball to dribble up the pitch. Although that might be less entertaining, I think it's sort of damage limitation at this point, and that's a way that's more defensive, because you never know how the ball's going to rebound in that situation.
No, you don't.
Oh,
Summer
Amir
Rice has done
Ali
well
seems
to
that-
pick out.
But Lavelle's still there, staying strong. Amir Ali, we've seen him can be aggressive in these situations. Is Amir Ali going to leave it? Yeah. Kick in for Rocket.
It's patient stuff from Rockets here, and
They've just got to be careful. I think they're going to look for the dummy here. That Summer has to be careful that she doesn't cause a 2-on-1 violation with.
and they've
Julian.
squeezed it
Takes
through.
off well.
Amy will be disappointed not to convert that, but the pressure's still on.
Should be hoping to get it more in the court. Julian. 2-on-1.
Amy Lee Julian and Summer Rice encroach too close to each
I
other.
think there needs to be a bit more communication between that duo there, because we've seen them coming inside a little bit there, and it's a bit unnecessary because I think they're dominating this game. They know that they can and I think Amir Ali's been good. He's been commanding in that middle role, and I think as someone who's our captain is obviously John Boulding, he knows, he'll tell us what he thinks, and Amir Ali's doing a good job at that. Because I think it's quite hard to play in a team where your middle player isn't quite talkative, even if they're not the captain. Because obviously, most things do go through her. I mean, her/him. It's a kick in just inside St George's Knight's half. Amy Lee Julian plays it directly to Summerrise. She misses the ball slightly there, still gets enough contact on it. Amir Riley just comes off the St George Knights player last though. Villa Rockets have got a kick in the middle of their half. Good ball. Summerrise looks to push it forward. You can see she's determined, she's an attacking minded player. Always wanting to look for that. Anyways, she can push the ball forwards.
Agreed, and we're finally seeing St George's Knights break.
Yeah.
There's some strong contact there.
And that is half time
It does.
in the St George's Knights v Aston Villa game.
It is indeed. So as we approach the half-time interval, Villa Rockets lead St George's Knights by 4-0.
Quite a commanding lead.
And the goals come from
We've got a brace from Kay. Ali got himself a goal, and Amy Lou Julian also got themselves a goal, and they were 4-0 up within 12 minutes. And I think they're just slightly less.
Okay, I hope you can all join us for the second half. We'll see you all shortly.
See you shortly.
Welcome back to this second half between Villa Rockets and St George's Knights.
St.
Once
George's
again,
Knights kickoff.
I'm joined by Dan McClellan.
And now Amirali. St George's Knights getting it further up the pitch than they have been previously. And we've seen a swap in positions here. Lavelle has come out and he has swapped. Maybe the positions just felt wasn't working. So now Ball has gone in goal.
Yep, a few little tweaks to try and get a little bit more success out this half.
Amirali plays it down to Summer Rice. She gets good power, but not quite the accuracy she would have been hoping for. Amirali closes. That's a bit of metal friction there, but nothing.
It's well worked by Amirali to
And she was
put Amy-
hoping to put it in the corner there.
put
Our
Amy-
rebound was pretty solid, but the keeper had already gone and got across in that time.
Yep, some good stuff from Villa Rockets here. They'll want to extend their lead, get that goal difference way up.
And they think this is a good opportunity for them to do that.
Yeah,
Taking advantage of the
that's what
situation.
that's what it is. It's unfortunate, but you've got to play the cards you're dealt, and if they can get a few goals on the board, there's nearly another one there through Summer Rice, but it's well blocked off the line by Lovell. Summer Rice comes to take the corner. Got Bubba just in front. Amy Lee Julian at the back post. Goes all the way back to Amy Lee Julian. And unfortunately,
Disappointed, she missed a couple of chances in the back post.
Ame Ali and Amy Lee Julian were a little bit too close together and allow that 2-on-1.
You can see what they're trying to do there. Just needed a bit of communication. And again, some lapse in communication. Amirali gets around it though. I don't think he'll feel as though St George's Knights pose too much of a threat to him now, and that the team in general, as they've got 4 goals on the board and looking quite confident.
Bit of a rushed kick in there from Amir Ali. Had the more time.
I think that was a bit pointless, as he had a bit more time on that than he acted like, and he'll be. What if he watches that back? He'll be hoping he just could have gone a bit slower, maybe lined it up slightly better, and positioned his team better.
They won't want to get complacent in this game. They're 4 goals to the good. They're a player better off, but they won't want to get complacent. They'll still want to be picking off their passes, having accurate shots on goal. Otherwise, it would just be like a training session. You've got to benefit from this game. Take positives into your next.
Some good power on that. Amy Lee Julian nearly sneaked its way into the corner. Now Summer Rice, as we've seen on many occasions, takes it wide, not able to quite get it back into the middle. Amirali's okay with it. And we've seen another 2-on-1 there. I think. Oh no, but the decision's been overturned and it's a free kick for Villa, looks like. I think there may have been some contact there from Daniel Ball by the looks of it.
I think so. And Amir Ali just comes over to take this. Summer Rice just to his right. Be interesting to see who takes responsibility of this free kick. He's got Amy Lee Julian in a good position in the box. They've got to try and constantly take advantage of that extra player. It looks like Summer Rice will assume responsibility. Amir Ali just between Lovell and Ball in the St George's Knights goal. Can Summer Rice
Just a little deft flip.
tempted to go straight for goal there? Ricochets off the post and goes out for a goal kick. Goal kick will be taken by Daniel Ball in the St George's Knights goal.
St George's Knights feel they've
Tries to find
lucky
Reece
there.
Lovell, but
We've seen that ball again. I think Villa are starting to maybe get a bit too confident, starting to not take the chances that they were snapping up easily at the start of the game.
no, Amy will be really disappointed not to convert that to make it 5 and her second of the game. Can't let that complacency setting. Got to be taking your chances as if this was a 4-player team.
It's almost as if they've had too many chances and they're not prepared for it. I feel like that sometimes it's easier to beat a team like by a lot when it's more of a tough game, and you don't get all those chances because you know it matters so much.
I think you're a bit more focused, don't you think? You're a bit more fine-tuned into the game. You're a bit more attentive.
Whereas it's just like, I think they're so calm that it's almost like they don't care as much
It's
anymore.
too calm. They know the game is all but over, so there isn't that pressure. A question to you: do you get nervous when you play? I know when I play running game football, I still get nervous. I still get butterflies in my stomach, irrelevant of what level it is. But I think I like them nerves and I channel them nerves and use them. I just wondered, from your perspective, being so young and playing at such a high level.
Oh yeah, most certainly. I do feel. I do always get those nerves, no matter. Obviously, the bigger the game, slightly more nerves. For example, if it's a top 2 or 3 team, it's obviously going to be a bit more nervy. But any game, no matter what, is still a big game because it's all about goal difference and mark. Any game for us in the title race is huge, and that's why we were, even though it wasn't a huge game, and it's still a long way to go, we were disappointed by our result against Leeds earlier. And they're having a good day today, currently drawing 0-0 on the other court with Fossils.
Yeah, they've certainly come out.
Amy Lee Julian gets the ball again. She could have just hit it into our post there. I think she was trying to do the selfless thing there, but maybe she could have been a bit more selfish.
Yeah,
Daniel
she
Kay passed it over. Good football here. Daniel Kay is really getting their passing going.
Yeah, you're right. Amy Lee Julian probably had 6 to 8 foot of open goal there to find, and she managed to find Daniel Ball in that St George's Knights, and it remains the current scoreline.
I do think that Amy Lee Julian will be, if she watches this game back tonight or during the week, I think she'll be a bit disappointed.
She could have easily had a hat-trick today.
And that's something, as an attacking winger, is she's playing against teams like West Brom, Spire, Thunder, Newcastle. They're going to have to relish those chances.
Absolutely. So it remains 4-0. Villa Rockets lead in St George's Knights.
And now, George's Knights. It'll be interesting to see what they do with this, as it can affect the way you line up for set pieces so much. When you only have 3 players or 2 players, compared to when you have 4, as they'll have drilled into them the routines and things like that for their normal kick-ins.
Absolutely. Daniel Kay just commanding that ball.
Spinning, so he might be able to get to it, and he has done well there. Scoops the ball up, looks to take it round Lavelle now. 2-on-1, offence from St George's Knights.
It's frustrating there because they had a chance to advance up the pitch. It was Daniel Ball and Reece Lovell.
And they've obviously not had that many chances to advance up the pitch this game.
No, that's another opportunity missed for Amy Lee Julian on that right-hand side. She'd love another goal in this game.
I think it would really boost her confidence on that back row.
Massively.
I think she'll feel a bit nervous at the moment because of those missed chances. And now Daniel Kay looks to do the little John Bowling flick.
Is that the trademarked name?
That's what I call it anyway, because he's really good at the little body feint and then flick.
Yeah.
And he just loves tying defenders in knots with that skill. Oh, and that's a weird little collision there. It was completely clean. The bumpers just sort of swiped off with each other, but it's resulted in a side kick in for Villa Rockets, which Summer Rice will take. Daniel Kay looking to block off the keeper, take the keeper out of the game.
Summer Rice with a kick in.
Taking it, he's done the job well. And another jammed ball there those situations, as an attacking wing myself, can, even though they look easy, sometimes be tricky to score. But nonetheless, should still be disappointed.
Yeah, it's another chance for Amy Lee Julian there. She's had a number in this game. We've seen her take responsibility in most of the end products of the attacking phases. Summer's been quite the more prolific of the two with regards to how many goals they've scored this season. I know Summer's always looking for goals as well, so they'll still want to extend the lead here. And Amy Lee Julian had another chance if she could get her positioning right to anticipate that ball.
Was poor positioning. If she'd not even moved, just stayed in the position she was prior to that ball. I don't think it's almost like she wasn't expecting the ball to be played across, which I can understand. Zero just players missed it, and you always have to be ready for that kind of thing as a winger.
That's a good pass.
But she played a good ball there. And Summer Rice goes for a shot. May have been a bit optimistic, but if you don't shoot, you don't know.
Yeah, we're seeing that bit of a rushed effort from both wingers for Villa Rockets here. They'll want to iron them out.
Young wingers, obviously, and maybe they're just a bit energetic, and it just needs someone like, I think that Daniel Kay and Bubba to calm them down, slow down the play.
Yeah, I think this is their third game of the day, so tiredness is going to be setting in. Got to factor that into consideration. They are winning 4-0. It's not like they're failing to put their stamp on this game, but it could easily be double digits by now, don't you think?
Oh yeah, certainly. There's been a few chances missed, which at the end of the season, obviously they're in a bit of there's a lot of teams in that sort of playoff area. Obviously it's not playoffs, but that sort of top 6 area in contention. You've got your Newcastle, Villa, Northern Thunder being thrown into that mix now. But when Ed's back, they'll look to get back into the top 3.
Of course.
Nottingham having a great season.
They really are, aren't they?
And I think, did they win most of their games today?
I think they drew 1-1 with Newcastle.
Which is never a bad result, as Newcastle.
No, for both
newly
sides.
promoted, but they've recruited a lot of ex-Premiership players, and they're a good side. And they also beat Teesside with 2 goals from technical error here, sorry.
With a goal from
So you've got
Smith.
a goal from Smith and also a goal from Sam Langley. Obviously, we've got both the Langley brothers on that team.
And they've actually gone above Northern Thunder in the league table, would you believe it?
Yeah, that's an absolute shock shock turnout. They've gone ahead of Northern Thunder, and even if Thunder do win their game in hand, they'll still only be level on points with Nottinghamshire. And then in 5th place, you've got Throttles, just 2 points behind Thunder. And then you're coming into the Newcastle and Villa mix. With a win here, Villa will go up into 6th, just ahead of Newcastle, 1 point. So a win in that game tomorrow, it's going to be a big 3 points.
Absolutely. It's all to play for. Really is.
That's a great thing. In previous seasons in the league, sort of been run away to like Swear and West Brom. There's still chances for any team to win the league. You never know, there could be a late Northern Thunder surge.
No, I think with the Premiership, it's probably more of a focus around the relegation. It's so easy to be drawn into that relegation scrap as Sevenoaks, Manchester United, Leeds, Teesside are all finding out. St George's now have dropped into the relegation zone this weekend.
And we've just seen Daniel Kay will still stay in the middle for now. We've just seen Amir Ali, the England player, replace Amy Lee Julian. Amy Lee Julian, I'm not sure how she'll feel about that performance. Obviously for the team on a whole, generally quite a good performance. I think she'll be looking to knuckle down on those missed chances in the back post and improve them before, and look at what she could do better for tomorrow's game.
Yeah, I think it's a confidence thing as well. If she can.
Oh, and it's taken quickly. Amir Ali, what a goal! turns around, slotted through the gap. Incredible goal. I think that's what Daniel Kay was looking for Amy to do, and she was unlucky not to. But Amirali scored a great goal. Is that 5-0 now?
I believe that is 5-0 to Villa Rockets, as they're set to see out a comfortable win over St George's Knights. With 4 minutes left to play.
Looks like the tie's all but finished now. We'll take a miracle comeback now.
Does wonders for their goal difference. They were sitting on just +1 at the start of this fixture, so they'll go on to.
How many goal difference are Newcastle on?
That's a good
If
question.
they do score, I feel like Newcastle.
So they'll go joint on goal difference with Newcastle after this game and 1
Well,
point
obviously,
above
unless
them.
They score another goal now, but Newcastle, they're not a side who does have they're not incredible at they don't score a huge amount of goals, but they do get results. They play quite compact formation, meaning they don't concede a lot. But when they do get wins, it's normally just 1-2-0.
Yeah,
Which is different to teams which is why I think that's just something they can improve on to be at the level of teams like West Brom, Northern Thunder, Aspire. You see them getting 4-0, 5-0 wins against smaller teams. I can see Newcastle over the next in 5 years' time, it could be real title contenders.
they've got
Maybe even 3 or 4, as they've got a lot of talent in that squad, young talent, and obviously Lee Armstrong, so he's improving so much as a player at the moment. Obviously he got his England training camp call up, and that will be huge for his confidence in the middle.
Absolutely. They've got a lot of talent in that squad, and they are incredibly hard to beat. Shown in the last fixture against Northern Thunder, securing a 2-1 win. As you pointed out earlier, Crawshaw and Morris, 2 fantastic young players, and they've got the experience in there as well. So there's no reason why, if this is what they can achieve in their first year in the Premiership, why in 3-4 years they can't compete towards the top of the table.
And obviously they were a new team in the National League in the 2018-19 Championship season, and nobody was really had super high expectations because it's obviously a new team, and we thought they'd take a couple of seasons for them to settle in. The first season, pretty much, I think they went invincible in the end. Them and Teesside came up, and they're both newly promoted clubs into the league, but Newcastle have recruited lots of ex-Premiership players, so they've got experience in that squad through Rob, Jessica, and Lee.
Yeah.
They've all played the Prem with Middlesbrough and Northern Thunder and Aspire and things like that.
Yeah, there is. As we see out the final seconds of this game, can Villa get one last goal to put the cherry on top?
Doesn't look like they will be able to, unless Summerrise goes for the little pick off there. Kay gets in behind, rolls it off him, looks to roll it off him again, wants Amirali to move out the way. And I think that's just about it now.
Looks like
the ball's trickled out for a St George's Knights kick.
we're going to get a very late substitution.
I think it may just be swapping positions.
I'm
not really sure why this is happening. So
Not with the amount of time left on the clock as there is.
But obviously it's the coach's tactics. If he thinks it's going to change something, then obviously go ahead.
Absolutely.
Don't think there's going to be too long left now in this affair.
No, we've got just over a minute to play. There's Villa lead St George's Knights by 5-0. As we approach the final minute, Dan, I'm going to push you for your player of the match.
I think I'm going to have to give my player of the match to... It's a tough one for me between Amir Ali and Dan Kay, but I think I'm going to be forced to go with Dan Kay. Even though him and Ali have been rotating on the bench, I think they've both been superb. They're both in with a shout for man of the match, and they'll both be looking for a chance to get into that team of the weekend. End of the weekend.
Yeah.
I think Kay's done it for me. He's been in the middle for a lot of the match, and he's really shown a maturity to slow down the play and stop and sort of calm down Summer Rice and Lee Julian.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Did they score?
No,
What's going on?
just some excessive
Just a free
contact
kick.
there, so it's going to result in a
Yeah.
free kick. This is going to be one of the last involvements of the
I
game.
think we might even hear the whistle after the
I
goal
think
kick's
The
taken.
referee's looking at his watch, ushering the play along. Will this be the last kick of the game?
Oh, and it's a
Danny-
great ball. That is, I think
That
Arlie
is
really could've
unfortunate.
just let that go in there.
He could have. But we spoke about that kind of complacency, that rushed aspect.
I think maybe if he just looked up, looked around him, you'd been able to see he had a bit more space than he thought. And even if he just left the ball, I think it might have still gone in. And that's, for me, is why I've given K-Man in the match, because that was a superb ball.
Yeah.
And I think he's been very consistent with his deliveries all game. And he's obviously got himself a brace as well. This is now a 2-on-1, and it's a ball for St George Knights.
Some of the players thinking that was the full-time whistle, but it's not.
Yeah.
We've just got a 2-on-1 infringement.
Fair, I thought it was the full-time whistle as well.
Yeah. It looks
It's
like
St George Knights ball. Surely it's got to be approaching the end of the game now.
Sam Taylor to take. Tries to find Daniel Ball.
So
The
Kate
ball's
tries to
trapped.
get up to it. I'm not really sure what the St George players want to do this. And that'll be the full-time whistle. Thank you for joining us here for this game between Villa Rockets and St George Knights. It's ended 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you all.